And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, ninjas. Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and get some stuff situated. Welcome, guys. We are back. We officially pretty much got the night train going right now, as a matter of fact. Let me see here. How you guys doing tonight? Let me go ahead and get this going. Boom. Welcome, guys. Stuck to my word. I told you guys I was going to do a nighttime show for you guys. We got the night train going. We got all the different angles as usual. And we are here. We're going to be cooking. Got a couple different things to talk about tonight, man. The O/Squad is definitely here. It's a late night, but it's good. Let's see what we got going on. Welcome to the stream, guys. Happy to have you ninjas here. I got it at 1080p this time. So on YouTube, you're going to notice that it's in better quality. So we won't have any problems there. If you're watching on Rumble, it's always good quality. But if you're watching on YouTube or on X, you guys are still going to get that 1080p. So, yep. We just got done doing a call-in show. Never ceases to amaze me, some of the strange individuals that call into the show, honestly. Holy crap, man. I guess common sense is a common. We got a hater in here, says Myron and his demonetized DEI YouTube channel. Okay. Well, you're here on a demonetized DEI channel, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're doing here. You can go to another channel that's monetized. So, anyway, welcome to the stream, ninjas. Let me make sure that the lighting here is good, that we're not. All right. So, gonna cover a couple things today, bro. You guys, we're gonna cover these Onuha brothers, who, you know, honestly, I see these guys on Instagram all the time. You know, and they would kind of be in on private jets and saying that everyone else is poor around them, which is comical. But yeah. Someone said the audio is popping. Guys, give me ones that the audio is good. Some nigga said the audio is popping. The hell? Mr. Nice Guy 760. Bro, if you're lying, the chat's about to roast you, nigga. Yeah, someone said one, ban that nigga. All right. Yeah, I see a bunch of ones, yeah. I'm not going to ban you, bro, but just understand that, like, we got a rule. If you troll on the audio, bro, you're going to get banned. So yeah. So yeah, guys, obviously it's a Friday night, spring break. A bunch of girls fucking flaked as usual. You know how that is. It's not easy to recruit bitches for this show, guys. It's a big pain in the ass. There's a reason why other people that try to do what we do can't do it. Or they have to go down to doing it once a week or, you know, whatever. It's truly a pain in the ass. Let's see here if we got some chats. Miami Ghost says, any plans getting Nick Fuentes or Andrew Wilson on soon? Yes, very soon, my friend. This year, don't worry. And then, as you guys know, I got a pin. If you guys want to get involved in the show, MyronGainsX.com is how to get involved with the show. I know I never go this late, but like I said before, my goal is to absolutely take over. And that means showing up even when you are tired and just want to chill. So anyway, all right, so let's get into the first story, guys. These dudes, right, this comes from the Ecom Zone, right? Asian guy, but has an interesting accent. He breaks this down. So we'll go ahead and see what's going on. But yeah, if you haven't seen these guys before, go ahead and duplicate real quick.
Hey guys, Lon from the Ecom Zone. If you don't know already,
I'm sure you guys have seen these niggas before on Onuha. These guys are mostly big on Instagram. And for them, oh shit, look, we came right up in the search. These dudes are big on Instagram. See, this loser Jordan Welch went and did something with them. Dude made a video talking shit about us. I don't even know. I know some of you guys have been asking me to respond to him. I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest with y'all. Bro, it's crazy, like, how many people just hate, bro. Niggas just be hating and hating and hating. But yeah, these guys basically, bro, they live in Dubai. And they, you know, they're like these, like, lifestyle niggas, bro, if I'm be honest with y'all. Like, they show the luxury lifestyle and shit like that, them on private jets and shit like that. So obviously when you do that, people are going to hate on you, right? I can't even find their channel. Like here.
We're gonna start with the SVR gangster S car. If you drive this one and you have like a little color like me, you definitely look like a drug dealer, and that's why I like it.
Now, I didn't want to make another video.
So yeah, that's basically, that gives you everything you need to know. So let's go back to this.
Found that the Onuha brothers are arrested in Dubai due to drug allegations. And I have some updates for you. So before we go into the updates, some of you guys don't even know who the...
Hey, shout out to you, Sheep Man. Appreciate that, bro. He says, hey, Myron, I got a question regarding boundaries. My question is slightly longer than what I'm able to post in here. So I have it in this link if you don't mind. All right.
The Onuha brothers are. So who are they? Well, Samuel Onuha is a TikTok influencer and a fashion brand owner who grew up in the Netherlands. And him and his brother Ruben are the founders of Icon Amsterdam. And basically their journey in e-commerce started in 2018 when they started with dropshipping. Now I don't know how true everything is, but they basically documented some of their story and they kind of showed us how they started on their YouTube channel like 4 years ago. Don't know how true it is, but they suddenly went from, oh, we were just dropshipping, to suddenly having the Icon brand, where they had a whole office, whole team. They had people working on email flows, Facebook ads, and they have videos on their YouTube channel that goes through their office and stuff like that. And I found it really cool back then. However, something didn't really click for me. I didn't really get how they transitioned from just dropshipping into a full-fledged brand. Especially with a fashion brand, it takes a lot of money to buy stock, sell it, run ads, and then keep stocking up. With fashion, you're constantly reinvesting your profits into bigger inventory, right? So even though they say they do like 30 million in revenue a year, a lot of that money should be put back into buying more stock. And their team now is like 10 plus people. If you look at their recent Black Friday video,
now, and that's crazy scaling. So the thing with clothing, right, guys? I will say this when it comes to clothing, right? Clothing, when you run a fashion brand, bro, that's going to be all your fucking time, chat, okay? I'll give you guys an example. So YouTubers that I know, right, that like had clothing brands, Max Tuning, Christian Guzman, Alpha Lee, etc. Like, if you guys notice, these dudes don't prioritize YouTube like that anymore. Like, they focus on their clothing brand. And the thing is, man, is when it comes to running a clothing brand, it's like a full-time fucking gig. You really got two options. Either you're all in with the merch, and you're gonna like be spending all your time packaging it, holding inventory, mailing it out, etc., or designing it, or you kind of like use a middleman distributor who sells your shit for you. Now us, we want to focus on content, bro. We want to focus on giving y'all that sauce, right? So for us, we're not gonna be just like putting all of our effort into merch. Now some other people, obviously, if you're gonna run your clothing brand, you gotta really go hard with running it. Like, you're gonna have to, your YouTube channel is basically gonna have to take a back seat. And this is a big reason why guys like Christian Guzman and a lot of these guys stop doing the videos as much, because for them it doesn't make sense. And for them, the clothing brand makes more money, so that's what they focus on. So it's a very difficult endeavor, is what I'm trying to get at here.
they have like 10 people in their office. I don't know if they're teammates, but it seems
Guzman sold his gym? No way. It's been a while since I spoke with him.
hey guys, long
OG fitness YouTuber. All right, so he has a new channel because he had his other one that has like, yeah, 972 over here.
this 20-week-long prep.
Damn, that guy hasn't posted a video in a year on this channel? Yeah, he doesn't use his channel anymore. Okay.
This 20-week.
So he does, now, this is the channel he uses. Okay. So he posts, posts like once or twice a week, it looks like. Alpha Land? He has a new one? All right, I'll have to hit him up and figure out what's going on here. But it's good for him. All right, let's keep going.
Seemed like every one of them had computers in that office and they're working on something. So you have to also account for salary and stuff like that. But yeah, when you're running a fashion brand, a lot of your money does get reinvested into stock.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So they scaled their fashion brand Icon Amsterdam to roughly 30 million plus in revenue, apparently per year. And if you're wondering what is Icon Amsterdam, well, basically they're a luxury streetwear brand founded by Samuel Onuha. And what started as a small online venture has grown into an internationally recognized brand worn by trendsetters and tastemakers across Europe and beyond. And they basically just sell men's fashion. And with good ad creatives, they've managed to make sales. Now, I actually...
Myron, can we get them boys, we them boys when early life checks out? Probably not, bro.
respect Samuel and Rube for building a brand like this. It takes a lot of effort and work to scale something to 30 million a year. I don't know how they did it, but if their story is true, their office is true, how they built their team and stuff like that is all true, I respect that. The only thing that I don't really like about them is like how much they charge for their courses and mentorship programs. Like if you're a beginner dropshipper, you do not need to pay someone $10,000 for them to mentor you for 3 months. It's a ridiculous amount of money and you can learn everything about dropshipping online for free. Especially on my YouTube channel, you can learn dropshipping for free. You literally just go into my playlist, watch my videos in order. That's literally what the playlist is called. And then you just watch the videos in order. Goes through how to build a store.
Oh, hold on, look at this.
Waste of time against innocent men who have never been tried. It is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty in a democracy. We have never been convicted of any crime anywhere on the planet ever. And as my brother said, we have our passports back, and just like you, anyone else here decides to take a trip, they're allowed to take a trip. We live in Romania, we love Romania, we're never going to leave Romania, we have a house in Romania, we have Romanian children, we're going to be in Romania all of the time. If we feel like a holiday, we'll take one. And if a court needs to speak to us, we'll be there because we are innocent.
So it looks like they're back.
There are allegations that U.S. government put some pressure on the Romanian authorities.
We won the case on December 19th, 2024. That is when the appeal court said there's not enough evidence here to even have a trial. That was in December 19th, 2024. The president at the time was Joe Biden, and Joe Biden hates me, so I seriously doubt there was any American pressure. I think it's amazing that people think there was American pressure required to let men go who couldn't even get a case to trial after 3 solid years of imprisonment. I mean, why would you need pressure for that? Surely, in any civilized country, when a man spent 3 years locked in his house for no reason, eventually they're going to say, okay, you can travel now because we don't even have a case. I think it's incredible people are not sitting here thinking they should have let him go way sooner. There's no American pressure. There's just been convicted. And because of that, we've come here to prove our innocence because we deserve our day in court.
But recently there are victims accusing
No,
you
there are no alleged.
There are no victims.
Don't say the word victims.
No, the victims are on our side. We were accused by prosecutors. Every girl involved in the case has said this is a setup and the Tate brothers are innocent. You've seen their videos on the internet already, so no, there aren't victims.
So once again, if you want to do genuine journalism, you should speak to all of the girls who are saying victims who are on our side. This is a matrix attack. It is a setup. And if you want to do genuine journalism, ask yourselves why they keep setting up 2 innocent men, but they can't seem to put us in jail. Think outside the box here. Stop listening to your bosses and the people who own the world and the banks and everyone else who's lying, the same people who told you to take the vaccine and everything else, and actually do some journalism and find out the truth of our case.
Yeah, you'll find out all the girls are
Thank you very much. Don't run from anything. We're here to clear our names and exonerate ourselves, and after all we've been through, we truly deserve the day in court where it is stated that we've done nothing wrong, and that we should have never been in court in the first place. We should have never gone to jail. We should have never had our assets seized. We should have never had our name slandered. Anyone who believed any of this garbage has a particularly low IQ. I think there's a lot of people in the world today that do not have faith in Romanian institutions, but we're going to restore that faith by coming home as American citizens, going to court, and getting the not guilty that we deserve. Is there any questions?
What's your take on the Florida criminal case?
I don't think there is a criminal case. There is a investigation, which I'm happy to be investigated. Any single person on the planet can endlessly be investigated for anything. You can be investigated. They might be investigating you right now, sir. You don't know. People get investigated. That's how it goes. We've done nothing wrong. So I have no fear for anything, for any country, anywhere to investigate me. I do not ask for any kind of special treatment because I'm well known. All I want to do is be treated fairly under the law, same as everybody else, and I'll go home and be a free man.
Yeah, I think it's very telling. I think it's very telling that we were investigated for 2.5 years, and we were dragged, in front of the media, into prison, out of prison, all this time. And in December last year, a judge said, well, there's not evidence enough for this to even go to trial. So I think that we deserve a little bit of leniency, and if you are a member of the press, you should report heavily on that fact. The fact that after investigating us for years of our life and sending us to prison, putting us on house arrest, that they couldn't even put together enough evidence to even have a trial.
And I think that's an interesting point my brother just made. I think it's very interesting you guys ask us all the time about how guilty we are, not understanding that if we were guilty, we would certainly be rotting away in jail. For 3 years, they've destroyed our lives and lied about us, and they can't even get us to trial. I think it would be a far more interesting question if you just start asking why that is happening. If you want to be good journalists, you should sit and say, why do they keep attacking these boys, but they don't have enough evidence to ever put them in trial or ever put them in jail, but they keep attacking them everywhere they go? Because when you start to actually talk about that, then you'll be doing real journalism, if you're allowed to do it, and then you'll be interested in the truth of the story. Because the truth of the story is not any of the garbage that you've been told thus far, or we would be in jail. Anything else?
The U.S. after 24th of March?
Maybe we might. I think that I have my American passport back in my hand. I can travel where I like. If any authorities from any police force anywhere in the world wish to speak to me, they have my number. They will call me and I'll answer the phone. 44 times I went to court in Romania, not because there was a trial, but to see if I would be allowed to travel. And I told judges 44 times, I'm not a flight risk. Please return me my passport. Please don't keep me locked away from my family. So I know that when I left, there was some backlash. I know that when I left, people were being...
All right, so this was from before. All right.
How to pick your niche, how to build a brand, how to choose your colors, how to design your logo, how to build your store, all this stuff, and then like fulfillment apps and stuff like that. To learn everything online. On Instagram, did a little digging.
So Ballerbusters did an Instagram dig up on these guys. Let's see.
Into the Onuha brothers. Now, if you don't know who Ballerbusters are online gurus' worst enemy. They essentially expose con artists, and most of the information on my slide is taken from their recent post about the Onuha brothers. So Samuel Onuha, owner of Icon, and his brother Ruben Onuha found themselves at the center of a major scandal after being arrested in Dubai on Feb 10th, 2025. So let's actually find this post. If we go over to their Instagram page, Ballerbusters, you see here 300k followers, and they literally have clips and videos and evidence.
Damn, they got Belmar up there? The hell?
On a lot of the scam gurus online, like Belmar, Grant, FTX. They got, I think Iman Gatzi's on here as well. But you go down, you want to find this video here. So let's watch it together.
We have a Ballerbusters exclusive news report involving brothers Samuel and Ruben Onuha from Icon e-commerce brand, a men's fashion brand out of the Netherlands. These brothers, who have flexed their lavish lifestyle, Rolls Royces, private jets, and tons of money and girls, were just arrested in Dubai at their home. These brothers, who flexed their wealth online, were arrested based off of tips by escorts who were left unpaid. These escorts attended a party at their home in February of this year. When they weren't paid for services rendered, what they did was tip off the police. Brothers were arrested, but...
Bruh. Man. And I'll tell you this, Dubai has a lot of fucking prostitutes, bro. If I could be honest with y'all, that's the one thing I hate about Dubai so much, bro, is the escorts, bro. That's all they got in Dubai is fucking escorts. It's really annoying. The worst.
But because they are foreign nationals, they may get off the hook for the death penalty, but they are still facing decades in prison.
So that's that there. And this guy is...
Hey, guys, I'll tell y'all this. When I was in Dubai, bro, they don't play when it comes to drugs, man. They do not play when it comes to drugs. You will go to jail for a very long time as a foreign national selling drugs in Dubai. They don't fuck around with that, man. There's a reason why the country's so safe. And a big reason why is because they eradicate drug trafficking in their country, bro.
Was it Cavis Q or something like that? You go over to his Instagram page there. But I'm pretty sure he's like a lawyer that did a bit of digging. But yeah, there's a lot of speculation circulating online, and we are here to set the record straight. So the arrest is not a publicity stunt. The brothers are indeed locked up in prison. The guys who are like fanboys of the Onuha brothers, who would look up.
Yeah, because apparently these guys haven't posted in a long ass time. Let me look and see their YouTube channel. Where's their YouTube channel? Look, bro, you can't even find this shit, nigga. I can't even find their YouTube page, bro. All right, let me. Sam, right? All right, there we go. All right, so they haven't posted. You're flying private to Ibiza for $50,000 weekend? What? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, they haven't posted in a month. Last time they posted was this.
Such a big day.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, I letting shit go. And I heard. Okay.
See, and yeah, so, you know, you can see here, showing the lifestyle, right? The money, the clothing, all this other shit. These niggas would get along with Fresh, bro.
Yes, guys, there we are. Prada Fashion Show, Fall Winter Collection 2025, guys. The absolute scene is here. Thousands of people lined up. Fans, famous people, actors, football players, rappers, everyone is here. In this video, we'll show you the full experience, like what is a fashion week like. Just take you along with ourselves and we show you everything. Like, subscribe, you know where to be.
So yeah, this is what their YouTube channel basically is, right? Like them showing lifestyle, shit like that. Here they are, the strip trading my life.
Let's see.
Jewelry.
I think you have to balance it out.
This is
right.
So guys, it's Miami, Dutch.
Clubs.
Leveling up the business and the lifestyle. So let's.
Right. That's private jets. Fine dining. You know what I mean?
Minutes or so, but it's all right if that's the only thing. So let's go to Bagatelle.
Right. So. Now, here's the thing, bro. Keep it 1,000 with y'all. Keep it all the way 1 million, right? When you post shit like this, you put a target on your back. Because what ends up happening, bro, is that a lot of people are going to look at that shit instead of saying, damn, I want to be like that or I'm going to be there one day. They say, nah, fuck that shit. Fuck these niggas. These dudes are scammers. These dudes are frauds. These guys are losers. Like, they'll just say something, right? Now, you guys know me. I've been wearing the same hoodie for the fucking past 3 days. I think luxury is retarded in general for most things. I think high-end fashion, retarded. Fine dining, retarded. Luxury cars, retarded. Okay? The only luxury thing I own are watches, and you guys know they're plain Jane fucking Rolexes to hold value. That's the only thing I have that's nice. Nicest things I have. I have a Pepsi, an AP, and the Coral Red Oyster Perpetual, right? These are pieces that hold value very well, and I got them at a good price. I can sell them anytime. But when it comes to certain things like this, right, when you show this luxury lifestyle, whatever, it's great for bitches. It's great for marketing. But you are going to get a lot of haters. You are going to get a lot of haters. And that's just what comes with the territory. So when these guys got arrested, obviously everyone and their mom is celebrating. Oh, yeah, fuck these guys. Oh, they're scammers. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. We'll have to see the evidence come out. But what I will say is, bro, if it's true and they're drug trafficking in Dubai, they're cooked, bro. They're cooked. So, you know, a lot of people are preying on these niggas' downfall because a lot of people watch this shit, bro. Bro, a lot of dudes watch this shit and they're jealous, man. They're going to say, oh, fuck this. These guys are scammers. You know what I mean? Like, this lifestyle isn't my thing. Like, I think it's retarded to spend ridiculous amounts of money on shit like this because I truly do think a lot of this stuff is a scam. But I get it. They're documenting it for their YouTube. They want to get bitches. Niggas are in their 20s. I get it. right?
You know, me and my brother, the world down, you're letting the family down. Come on, you're letting some crazy memories untapped. So, with that said, Ruben is getting a little massage here. Massage, baby. How do you rate the massage?
7 out of 10.
Professional?
I am professional.
Professional Colombian.
Which, you know, like, niggas like this, you know what I mean? A lot of times they end up paying for box. You know what I mean? A lot of time niggas like this pay for box, which I don't knock them. I get it. It's easier. But you know, obviously these chicks didn't get paid, so that's why a lot of them were mad reporting these niggas. But yeah, bro, like, I hope the charges aren't true, man. Like, I don't wish on nobody's downfall, bro. I think that's very lame to wish on people's downfall or celebrate. But I do think that there's a lesson learned here, which is, number one, don't commit crimes. Number two, don't hire escorts. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're doing some shit like that. Do I think that girl's escort? There's a high chance, bro. Yeah, there's a high chance. Like, the thing is, bro, like, with rich niggas, a lot of times, they'll just pay for pussy, bro. And I don't blame them for it, but most of the time, niggas like this, because here's the thing. These dudes, these are the type of guys that, Fresh be around niggas like this in Miami all the time, right? 90% of them pay for box, bro. Well, 90% of them pay for box. You know what I mean? They don't want to waste their time and deal with headaches, which I get it. But most of these dudes, yeah, they pay for box, bro. For sure. I don't know if he paid that chick, but she looks like a working girl.
Look up to them, respect them. Like, I don't even know why you look up to them so much. They're literally just flexing on you guys. You don't know them personally. You don't know how they are. You don't know how they treat people. It's all just an online character that you're looking up to. So you don't actually...
Yeah, a lot of people get mad because they always do these Instagram reels where they're like eating on a private jet saying don't be poor, shit like that. Niggas be getting mad. They be losing their minds.
Know what they get up to. And for me, I'm like just in the middle. I don't hate them. I don't love them. I do respect them for the brand they built for Icon Amsterdam and how they grew it into such a big fashion store. But other than that, I don't really care about what they do. Like, if they're in jail, they're in jail. If they're not in jail, they're not in jail. It doesn't bother me. But the people who are defending them saying, oh, it's a publicity stunt or it's a marketing stunt, well, Ballerbusters says it's not, and they are locked in prison right now. So,
well, yeah, well, look, they haven't posted in a month, and they said apparently they got since February 10th.
They attended a nightclub party on Feb 9th, Play Apache Dubai, where Blondish performed a DJ set, and this was when they were last seen in public. And they got arrested at the after party on Feb 10th by the CID undercover agents at their villa in the Palm. So multiple people.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. So the Palm, right? Chat. When I was in Dubai, the Palm is the Palm of Jumeirah. This area right here.
Arrested.
Which, RIP to George Foreman, by the way. He just passed away. So the Palm is this area right here, bro. I'll show you guys. So when you look at Dubai, right here, this is the Palm, right? And a lot of hotels, beaches, everything else like that. Very nice place, bro. I like Dubai a lot, guys. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I like it a lot. It's a good place to be. Very clean, very safe. The only thing, like I said, that I really hate is that there's way too many fucking escorts, bro. Like, that shit pissed me off. That's what I didn't like. But yeah, so this whole area right here, guys, nothing but escorts, bro. Like, almost every girl that you see is gonna be a goddamn escort, so annoying as hell. Because this is where all the tourists be at. Now, prostitution is banned. I said banned. It is banned, excuse me. It's illegal in the United Arab Emirates, but they kind of let it slide in this area, okay? Because of all the tourists that come. And it's in your face, bro. It's really bad. Anyone that's ever been to Dubai knows exactly what I'm talking about. Too many goddamn escorts, bro. All right? Like, any girl that you talk to is going to probably be a working girl. There's a lot of Russians, Ukrainians, Europeans, etc., because a lot of these European countries, they don't need a visa to come to United Arab Emirates. So they be here working, right? So that makes sense that potentially they got jammed up with escorts because the Palm of Jumeirah is just filled with escorts, bro.
Including their Chef Maya 44, which we're going to go through their Instagram actually in a moment. Their maid and even a female friend who allegedly helped with logistics as flights for the escorts, Anna Becca X. The Colombian escorts allegedly frequently smuggled drugs between Amsterdam and Dubai.
Not surprised. Not surprised. You can make quite a bit of money, guys, moving cocaine into these Arab countries or into Europe. It's more expensive over there than it is over here because of the proximity.
So this is the chef's Instagram page here. And you can see he flew to Dubai here. So this is his story highlight. If you just click onto it, let's go to the right. And you can just like flick through. So
I'm banned on Instagram, guys, so I can't even look at this shit, man.
He was in Dubai 5 weeks.
Man, fuck Instagram, bro.
Let's go. Literally flying to Dubai. So you can see here Madrid, Hispana, saying peace out, going to Dubai, yeah. So he's landing, he's in Dubai now 5 weeks ago. He's making drinks, making desserts, and I'm pretty sure you could probably find...
Yep, the Palm Jumeirah, Dubai, yep.
Find these desserts in place on Samuel Onuha's stories, but I just can't be bothered to check. But basically, this is a chef of the Onuha brothers. You can see 4 weeks ago, still making content, posting, making lots of dishes. Yep, nice. And then he's DJing at the Palm Jumeirah, Dubai, UAE. And then his last post was 4 weeks ago in Dubai, this one here. And ever since this highlight, there has not been a new story added to it. So let's actually inspect this now, because we want to see the exact date they posted this, right? Because 4 weeks ago, it's just too vague. So if I could just inspect that, 10th of February 2025. And that is the date the Onuha
nigga doing the whole FBI investigation.
brothers supposedly got arrested, right? So it's no coincidence that his chef's last post on his highlight for Dubai is on the same day that the Onuha brothers got allegedly arrested, right? So it's very likely that he did get arrested, along with his chef. And now they also brought up Anna Becca X. And if you search for Anna Becca X on Instagram, this page is available because she must have deactivated that account. Now, if you don't know who she is, you can just search Anna Becca X. Basically, this girl appears. And apparently this is the Onuha brothers' friends, and she helps with like the logistics of moving the drugs around, maybe. I'm not too sure. That bit wasn't really clarified. But yeah, you can also see with Rube's account, which is Ruben, the brother of Samuel. If you just look at his highlights for the recent stories, you could also see that his last post was around that date as well. So 7 weeks, just keep flicking through. You see,
yeah, this is all thirst trap shit. By the way, just so you guys know, if you want to get hoes on Instagram, this is the shit that you post. This is all bitch thirst trap stuff on Instagram.
He's posting consistently every week, right? Every week, 4 weeks ago, 4 weeks. This is his last post in this recent highlight. Again, if we just inspect this, let me just... So this last story highlight was on 8th of February, which is 2 days before the arrest. So you can kind of see, guys, like he might have went to another party on the 9th, which he did, or whatever date this is, I don't know. He probably went on another party and didn't have a chance to put it in the highlights. And ever since then, he hasn't posted anything. And if he has, you just don't know if it's him or it's his team. So now you got Rube, who posted last on 8th of Feb. You got the chef, who posted last on 10th of Feb. And then you got Samuel Onuha's main account, which is Sonuha, which is deactivated now. So the story's kind of adding up here, guys. Now, I know a lot of you fanboys think this is a publicity stunt or this isn't their fault, they're innocent. Well, it's not looking good for the Onuha brothers. The more I'm reading up about it and Ballerbusters doing more digging, it does seem like it's true. So some of the arrested subjects are in jail awaiting trial. Next court date is later this month, and some were already released. Brothers are facing decades in prison if they don't cut a deal. A few people left UAE right after arrest and are still hiding, including Samuel's friend Vince Neilhoff, which is also another guy in e-com space, and he's actually back to posting normal on Instagram. He hasn't replied to any comments about the situation. So let's actually go to his Instagram account. Okay, so now we're on Vince's account. Let's just go.
Yeah, you already know these niggas went to jail. Because, see, the thing is with guys like this, bro, they post all the time. So if you don't see niggas posting their lifestyle, bro, sounds off.
This is one of his latest posts a week ago, right? Hey Vince, I can't comment here, but tried in your DM but not reply. I'm old Samuel subscribers. Just want to know if they're alright and hope the rumors aren't true and support them no matter what. People been watching them and know they're good guys. It's sad. You know what I'm saying? It's like these guys is like simping over the Onuha brothers. Like, bro, you literally see recorded and edited content of their lifestyle. It's not actually who they are. You don't know who they are as a person in real life. Like, honestly, that's why I don't really look up to people online.
Yo, listening to an Asian nigga with a British accent is crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Because you don't know what they do behind closed doors. It's true, check. Yeah, so basically Vince hasn't really replied. I guess he doesn't really reply to his comments. But yeah, he hasn't replied to that. And then there's other ones as well asking about the Onuha brothers. So Vince here is staying silent about the whole situation. And it's probably because it's still under investigation and he's not allowed to say anything. So the next point, total amount seized 260 grams of 2C, I don't know what the hell that is, a pink powder mix of MDMA.
Yeah, 2C, guys, that's what we have here in Miami. It's basically pink cocaine is what it is. It's pink cocaine.
Ketamine and possibly cocaine. Both brothers are allegedly heavy drug addicts as confirmed by their...
Well, that makes sense. These party niggas always be on some shit, bro. What do I tell y'all, man, about drugs, man? How many more times, guys, do we got to see this bullshit happen for you guys to finally listen to me when I tell you guys, stay away from drugs. Stay away from alcohol, man. Fuck that shit, bro. It'll fuck you up every time, bro.
Close friends. So there you go, guys. His close friends even admit that...
Yeah, I mean, niggas are partying every day. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
The Onuha brothers are drug addicts. And you could just kind of tell, like, based off their party videos, they're just partying way too hard. When you get to that stage and you have so much money, you don't really have problems to deal with like a normal person. Like, you don't need to worry about, oh, I need to pay rent, or I need to buy food, or I need to go shopping, I need to go fix my car and stuff like that. When you don't have any of those problems and you're making so much money, not from just your e-commerce brand, but also your courses and your mentorship program.
Yeah, and when you get to that level, bro, like, these niggas, bro, are probably at a point where you're you have people running the business for you and you're just living life. You know what I mean? Like, people are doing things day to day. You might have a call here and there or whatever. But at this level, niggas are just chilling, enjoying life. And that's why you can party and do the shit that they be doing.
You just don't really care, and you just start drifting off and you start spending a ridiculous amount of money on just dumb stuff. And one of them being drugs. So
I have never smoked weed in my life. I've never done a drug in my life, and I never fucking will. And I thank God for that, bro. Real talk, guys. Never even smoked weed. Fuck that shit. It's for losers. It's for fucking losers. How many guys have we seen just in 48 hours, guys? Not 40 hours, 24 hours. How many guys have we seen lose their fucking lives over fucking drugs and alcohol? You guys saw my guy, Eric Conover. Drugs and alcohol fucked him up. Now he's looking at serious charges. These dudes, niggas were jet flying, limousine riding, now they're fucking in trouble for some drug shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if they are heavy drug addicts, but again, guys, this is not confirmed. Like, there's no verified source to confirm all this, but Ballerbusters, they do a lot of digging, and they don't just post stuff lightly. Like, whatever they post is most likely true. And so the charges, possession of narcotics, trafficking, and distribution, which will be determined later this month in court. And the Onuha team is still posting on their Instagram, the X, Telegram, etc. And that's why some of you guys are saying, oh, but Onuha posted on Twitter on the 26th of February or something like that. And you guys don't know if that's himself or his team posting on there. So you do need to take that into account. And it's funny because that is the last post since Feb 10th. He hasn't made any other tweets after that. And they also deactivated the main Instagram Onuha in order to minimize loss of followers. So the next point is Samuel's penthouse in Amsterdam, which he's been renting from famous soccer player. This guy here has been used for drug parties, etc., to the point that the soccer player tried to evict him before. So guys, he does have problems even in the Netherlands. And this is the sort of information that you don't really know about, but Ballerbusters are able to like dig in deep and ask people about this. The next one, the brothers owe millions of euros in unpaid income and corporate tax to the Dutch government.
I don't even know these guys had Twitter. Let me look at this shit. $25K. Yeah, niggas don't take X seriously. Oh, interesting. So someone has been posting on their X since. Someone has been posting on their X. Because I see and I'll pull it up for you guys real fast. There you go. So, 26K. Posted last time, February 25th. And then niggas, look, cocaine's a hell of a drug. Niggas is trolling, bro. So, yeah. Anyway.
The villa in Dubai is not 70K per month, as they previously claimed is 40K. The brothers earn most of their money through selling.
Wait, Samuel, which is running from famous soccer player, boom, has been used for drug parties Disappointment the soccer player tried to evict them before. Okay. The brothers owe millions in euros in unpaid income, and a corporate tax. The rents of their villa in Dubai is not 70K as they previously stated. It's 40K. Oh yeah, I saw a clip one time when they were talking about their shit. Let me look here.
Hey guys, Lon from the
Hold on. Onuha brothers, Dubai villa rent. Think this was it.
There we are. Today's beautiful. I know I left it inside the home, but it's here. I left it in the car. In the car, bro. In Dubai, it doesn't matter, you know? People don't steal anything. If this was the case...
That's actually true. You can leave your car, your shit in your car, nobody...
Together. I got a Jew with the kids.
There's no crimes.
5 years ago, I wouldn't expect myself to stand here next to...
Okay, we'll go back.
Courses.
But I do remember them saying in a video that their villa was like 70K a month or if not more. So so they made it sound like it cost more. The brothers earn most of their money through selling courses, not via e-commerce. Really?
And not via e-commerce, aka the fashion brand icon. If you think about it, guys, when you're scaling a fashion brand and you need inventory, all your profits is put back into the business to buy more inventory. Now, it may not be all of it, but when you're scaling at that level, going from 1 million a year to...
Yeah, and you know what? That's kind of true, and I'll tell y'all why. I'll never forget. Christian Guzman was making a bunch of money with Alpha Elite. He only took home a salary of like $250,000 a year. Even though he was making millions, he only took home a salary of $250,000 a year. He paid himself only $250,000 so he could take all that money and reinvest it back in. And you guys see Alpha Elite. It's wildly successful now. So he's actually right about that. When it comes to merchandise and clothing, most of your money that you make, you are reinvesting back into the brand. So that is true. Because I remember that vividly, that Christian literally didn't pay himself that much.
5 million a year to 15 million a year to 13 million a year. Where do you have that money to buy all the inventory? It's going to be from your profits from your previous year. And a lot of people don't really realize this. Now, I'm not saying they don't make a lot of money from their brand. I mean, they do. But the way they're flexing on YouTube is crazy. Like, if we just go to their YouTube channel. Okay, so now that we're on his YouTube channel, you can see, like, partying. Okay, he's, like, shopping in Milan. Partying. Spending spree. Okay, live video, talking about live. I didn't really watch it. And then probably more spending. Partying. Spending, partying. Partying, spending. My $1 million weekend on a mega yacht. $1 million, guys. You think a $30 million a year e-commerce brand will fund that? Like, I don't know. For me, I think it's his courses. I don't know how he makes the money. That's why you can't really believe everything online. Maybe he did. Who knows? You can't.
See, that's why I'm so transparent with you guys about my shit, bro. Like, that's why I'm very transparent with you guys on that shit, bro. Because, yo, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these internet niggas be cap, bro. It's actually crazy. A lot of them be cap. It's true. I'm not saying they're cap. I don't know. But a lot of these internet dudes be fucking overinflating certain shit.
Believe everything you see online, guys. That's basically the point of this video. And that's why you can't be simping over people like this. Because they're just influencers at the end of the day. You don't really know them as a person. So yeah, again, thank you to all our sources who wish to
he's right.
remain anonymous. And Cave has, I actually don't know how to pronounce his name, but Cave Hesq for the coverage. So what does this actually mean? Even though this is not verified information, Ballerbusters on Instagram do not play around. And when it comes to digging into scammy gurus and their history and what they get up to. So it's more than likely that this is true. It's almost guaranteed that Samuel Onuha and his brother Ruben are in Dubai prison for drugs. We just don't know how long for, or if they're going to stay in Dubai jail or Netherlands jail. So this is not a marketing stunt, as some of you guys are stating. For those who love the brothers, you should probably reconsider how you view people online, because not everything you see online is true. Anyways, thank you for watching, guys.
Well, that's crazy. Look, man, I don't wish any bad fortune on anybody. I hope they get out. You know what I mean? Niggas probably made some really stupid decisions, man. As young guys, thinking shit's sweet, man. So, yeah. All right, now we're going to transition over to our boy JFK. This video dropped a couple of hours ago. It says, 5 shocking details. Let's see what they say. Let's see if they mention Israel in this law and crime.
released. But do we know what any of it means? Has the conclusion about JFK's assassination changed? It is time to really explore the significance of these materials and what perhaps we now know that we didn't know before. I'm going to be joined by two professors who are John F. Kennedy experts and have been analyzing this document release in depth. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, so before we get started, something exciting I got to tell you about that's happening here at Law and Crime. So we are launching a brand new thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of documents about or connected to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in November of 1963, as per a direct.
All right, let me read some of these chats because I'm behind. Okay. Let's see here. Sheetman, I got your question here. Let me read it out loud first. Hey Myron, you've mentioned in your previous live streams with Fresh that you need to put boundaries on the girls you're dating. I recently watched the video. I've timestamped this so you can see specifically what he's saying from Rollo, in which he stated that he's changed his opinion regarding boundaries. As you know from his book blog, he stated that you need to establish boundaries, but he mentions he's changed his tune and that boundaries need to be demonstrated, not discussed. Discussed boundaries are ultimatums for people who lack the desire to know their man on a deeper level. I thought in a relationship, you need to establish boundaries, but Rollo seems to be stating that boundaries have to be discovered by your girl instead of you telling her what they are and you demonstrating boundaries by pulling your attention or dumping her when she crosses them, even if you don't tell them about it. It would be great if you could share your thoughts on the matter because this just confused me a lot more about boundaries and relationships. Thanks for taking the time to read this. So here's the thing. Rollo's a bit older, so for him, right, a lot of these boundaries are kind of... He comes from an era where women just get it, right? Like, he comes from an era where women used to have shame, women weren't as big of whores, women weren't selling their bodies on the internet, and they weren't as promiscuous. So, women had certain societal things that would keep them in check, right? But nowadays, right, you can't expect society or her parents to give her to you ready-made. You're going to have to transform her into the girl that you want. Now, unfortunately, in this deregulated sexual marketplace where men and women are looked at as equal and a woman can behave however she wants, I would argue that you probably need to be a bit more verbal in your boundaries. And again, this is why it's so important that she needs to ask you for the relationship so that you can tell her your boundaries. And then she knows. She's on notice. Because let's say you didn't tell her that I don't date girls that do girls' nights out. When she goes on a girls' nights out, well, what are you gonna do? Right? You're gonna just like break up with her right then and there. Well, she didn't know, right? So you can really enforce things much better when she knows better. Does that make sense? So, you know, it's up to you if you want to go ahead and just like have her find out through discovery and then you punish her after the fact. But I'd rather be upfront and tell her like, no, this is behavior I accept and I don't accept. Because remember, when she comes to you for the relationship, you tell her, this is what I expect and what I don't, and what I expect and what I don't expect. And then she's on notice. Because remember, women nowadays are designed to be 304s. Okay? If you kind of just let them go through life without any type of guidance, they're going to behave like 304s 9 out of 10 times. The average woman doesn't know what a man wants, bro. So you got to coach them. So that's my take on it. That's my take on it. I think you're going to need to probably coach her and make her into a better girl because most of these women don't come ready to go, bro. These bitches do not come pre-assembled. Okay. Next chat here. Glenn Lawrence, can you join the live stream fundraiser tomorrow for RP Thor? I'm hosting it on my channel. I know Thor would love to see you there. Yeah, I'll hop in. I'll figure out a time that I can jump in. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, but I'll find something, a time. Jacob Silverstein, more Onuha brothers, no more JFK in Israel. Stop noticing. All right, thanks, Jacob Silverstein. I see what you did there. Base King says, yo, Myron, please check out Avishkar Roth's speech on YouTube. He went viral on TikTok because he sounds very similar to a certain leader. If you know, you know. It's not TOS, so let's see a reaction on stream. That's not a part of the schedule, bro. But if it comes up, maybe. Let's see here. KJ, I've never heard that guy before. Myron, I have a question. Do you know anything about SA case in 2008, Yasser al-Bahari? If not, when have you covered the case? Never heard of it. Let me see here. Every time a homeless person asks for $1, I tell them no and give it to you instead. So here's your $1. Thanks, Brooksy. Have you talked about the U.S. Yemen bombings? Yes, I have. With the Houthis, I have. WDE? W-Stream, appreciate that. Cool. We're caught up. So let's get into the JFK stuff.
From President Donald Trump. But what does it all mean, right? What's significant? Why were the records redacted in the first place only to be released now? And we are going to interview two great experts about this who did an analysis of this. And by the way, we did it almost like an emergency breakdown the other day. You can check it out, that sidebar on Long Crime's YouTube page, where we picked up some of
Let's see what these niggas say. This is going to be interesting.
The highlights from the National Archives release. And by the way, they collected those materials from other agencies, so it's fascinating.
No, we will never have Colby Covington on this podcast. I know some of you guys are asking, is he going to come another night? No. For those that are wondering, he was supposed to come on the show today. He basically didn't show up, didn't respond to Fresh. And we heard through some sources that his manager told him no because of me. So, you know, he didn't even tell Fresh. He just like didn't show up. So as far as I'm concerned, fuck Colby Covington, aka Colby Cuckington, because that's what he's become, as a fucking cuck. Bro don't even have the balls to tell Fresh that he's not gonna come on the show because he's scared of image situations. And this is what I'm talking about. Guys, when I tell y'all that these entertainers are pussies, fucking pussies, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Bro literally will get in a cage and get in a fist fight, but can't have a conversation with someone that is controversial. That's why I don't respect these niggas, bro. Be honest with y'all. And here's the thing. He's not even my guest. He's Fresh's guest. I didn't need to be there. I didn't want to be there. He could have just sat there with Fresh and been good. But he's a fucking pussy, bro. Now you guys know why I don't like a lot of these entertainer niggas. This is why I just stay inside, work on my craft, become a better podcaster, become a better speaker, learn more history, be able to do these breakdowns, and just be more refined at what the fuck I do. Because I don't trust none of these motherfuckers, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I don't want to depend on none of these niggas. I look at it like, yo, we're gonna build our shit up. That's all that matters. If you want to come on, great. But if you don't want to come on, fuck you. We're gonna be successful no matter what. That's why I do this show. Because I look at it like, yo, half these niggas are retards anyway. Nobody gives a fuck about their opinion. I didn't want to talk to that nigga. Fresh wanted to talk to him. And for him to do that to Fresh shows how much of a bitch he really is. Didn't even give him the courtesy and saying, yo, man, look, you guys are kind of controversial. I can't do it. Bitch ass nigga, bro. Now you guys see? You guys say, oh, Myron, why don't you go outside? Why don't you network more? I don't like these motherfuckers. Like, let me get this through y'all head. I don't like influencers. I don't like celebrities. I don't like these motherfuckers. I don't like them. 99% of them are blue-pilled, simps. Their girl controls them. Their wife controls them. They're scared of certain political views. I don't want to talk to these niggas. Fuck out of here, bro. I look at it like this. We're going to be so goddamn big that these niggas are going to be begging to come on, no matter how controversial we are. And I can't wait to be like, fuck you. No, thank you. That nigga's never getting an interview again. And the funny part is like, we're bigger than him. Nobody's checking for Colby Cuckington. Nobody checking for that motherfucker. Like, we're doing him a favor. Like, what the fuck? We're doing his ass a favor. So, again, these dudes are all cowards, bro. Cowards. I'm telling y'all, man. I know he's not an influencer, but I'm saying he's trying to be. He's trying to be. That's why he went all crazy hard with the MAGA shit. But he's a retard, bro.
To see all this. But again, without context, annotations, titles, order, it was very hard to make sense of it all. And there were some major highlights in the 63,000 pages, even though a lot of this information had already been released, but some of it had been released but was redacted. Now, a lot of it wasn't. So here's the question. What really happened before, during, and after November 22nd?
And I guarantee you guys it's because of my criticisms of Israel. Guarantee y'all. It's my stance on Israel. That's guarantee you that's where the issues arise. That's like the number one reason why niggas be scared to talk about us. Or sorry, talk to us.
1963, when Kennedy was gunned down in Texas, with authorities saying it was Lee Harvey Oswald who opened fire on him. And there was a lot in this release. Included in the document release, for example, was information about Oswald's movements before the assassination, including a trip to Mexico, how he came back into the United States, whether or not he was a KGB agent. For example, you got this one document where a KGB official concluded, quote, Oswald was at no time an agent controlled by the KGB. From the description of Oswald in the files, he doubted that anyone could control Oswald, but noted that the KGB watched him closely and constantly while he was in the USSR. The file also reflected that Oswald was a poor shot when he tried target firing in the US.
We read that document as well.
USSR, which was a little bit of an interesting detail. And there was also information about a former intelligence agent that worked with the CIA, Gary Underhill, who believed that the CIA was responsible for Kennedy's death. According to some papers that were part of this release, Underhill left Washington after the killing, confided in friends his theory that the CIA was behind this, and then he winds up dead a few months later from what was determined to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There was a lot of information about CIA activities and covert operations in other countries, including apparently using the cover of State Department employees. There was a document that apparently revealed Manuel Machado.
Well, that's common. CIA officials always use State Department as their cover, chat, by the way. Very common that they do that. When they give you business cards, it's always going to be a State Department business card.
The treasurer of the Mexican Revolutionary Movement and someone who was regarded as a good friend of Fidel Castro, the Cuban leader, was apparently a CIA asset. Also, you have an interesting memo to President John F. Kennedy in 1961 that discusses CIA reorganization. It reads, one more CIA debacle will shake faith considerably in U.S. policy. The argument of this memorandum is that the CIA's trouble can be traced to the autonomy with which the agency has been permitted to operate. So again, what does all of this tell us? What does all of this mean? Got two great interviews for you. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out and thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's Law and Crime YouTube takeover. So Morgan & Morgan is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim.
Particularly the CIA, more than anyone else. They have tried to hide critical parts of whatever documents remain in existence. Only a naive person would believe that we have all the documents or that they didn't destroy some along the way. In fact, we have clear evidence that they did destroy many documents in the 29 years they had between the assassination and when they were forced to turn them over after the passage of the JFK Act of 1992. And then they've had additional time as things have been batted back and forth. So they basically took out some legitimate things, Social Security numbers and tax information, which, by the way, they incorrectly have put back in, or at least the White House lawyers did. Yeah. But they also have taken out material that helps us understand the rest of the document, much less the crime itself. So this has been a difficult process. I'm sorry to say that despite President Trump's pledge that there would be no redactions, there are loads of redactions in these documents, and they just dumped more. We just got more documents, and apparently more coming tomorrow. So this is going to be something that is laborious. It is going to take weeks or months, and we can check back in next Christmas, and I'm not even exaggerating.
I'm sure. And I know that you and your team are, trying to go through these documents in an expedited fashion, but also in a careful fashion. So I'm going to ask you, from what has been reviewed so far by you and your team, what are your overall takeaways from the release? Is there anything that you learned that you didn't know beforehand?
Oh, yes.
Before we get into what this guy learned, guys, we only got 577 likes, man, but we got basically 3,000 plus you guys in here right now, man, which is great for 1 o'clock in the morning. So guys, do me a favor, like the video, man. Like the video. We only got 579 likes. I want to be at 1,000 easy. Giving you guys a double stream. We're still cooking. By the way, you passed 205,000 subscribers. I think when I started streaming on this channel again, what were we at, chat? What was the subscribers at when we first started in January? Can somebody find out for me? Yo, Ninja, quit Ninja watching stuff and at least smash the like button for the British Asians. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Facts. That comes from Artur. Base King says, yo, man, please check out Oh, no, you got that one already. Okay.
Quite a few things so far, and we've got the majority of it still to go. What have we learned? Well, lots of extraneous facts that would be of interest to historians, but I think the most interesting parts are about how the CIA operated at the time. They were a power unto themselves, and their power was nearly unchecked. What also has impressed me in looking at the details is how individuals within the CIA, not the director, as much as the next layer of authority beneath him, people like James Angleton, whose name will be familiar to those who have studied this.
Yeah, James Angleton, the guy that sold our shit to the fucking them boys.
assassination. They basically directed and produced much of the background to the assassination and the follow-up to the assassination. The Warren Commission was never told most of what the CIA knew. In fact, almost nothing that the CIA knew. And I understand the need for a CIA. I would never argue otherwise. I'm sure today's CIA is very different than the one then. But the one I see then and the one I followed over the decades, at least with respect to the Kennedy assassination, is an organization that has lied and lied and lied again. So it really makes it difficult to believe some of what you read, and you know you're not reading it all.
Does it change your conclusion? Does it change our conclusion about the assassination and who committed this crime?
Well, not yet, and I doubt it. I doubt it does. That's my instinct, and has always been my instinct. However, from the very beginning, when I first started writing about this and even thinking about it, and looking at all the possible individuals and organizations and countries that could have participated in the assassination, one by one, I eliminated them for various and sundry reasons, including the fact that it just made no sense for the Soviet Union to do it, or for LBJ to do it, which is a very popular theory out there. Who's left? The CIA, and they had plenty of motives.
Whoa, bro, this nigga, you already know that this dude's a bitch because he's not mentioning Israel.
The truth is,
these JFK researchers, a lot of them are fucking cowards, man.
That President Kennedy did not like them, and they did not like him. Not the director, because eventually Kennedy got his own director.
Right.
But one thing I've learned about the CIA, they operate in silos, and they operate at various levels and layers, and the director does not know a lot of what is happening, and that is intentional, at least intentional by the second and third administrative layers. So if anybody did this, that wasn't Oswald, or if anybody encouraged Oswald to do it, or if any organization had a relationship with Oswald, it was no one but the CIA.
So, I mean, the big document that came out so far, and there's so many, but the big document that kind of connects to that is this document about Mr. Underhill, right? This idea that he came forward, said that the CIA was responsible, he winds up dead several months later. I mentioned him before. Is there something to that? Is there something to another document that you reviewed that would say, hey, listen, let's just take a step back. Let's look a little bit more about the CIA's alleged role or potential role in this. Is there something else that came out during the course of this release that is, furthering that theory?
Not in the documents that we have examined so far, but I have been told just in the past few hours by other researchers that there may well be documents later on. They've gotten a piece of some of those documents. Unfortunately, they still contain redactions. So it's possible that there are more things in there. I must say, though, in all honesty, there were many, many people coming forward with claims that so-and-so had done such and such, and that this person told me that, and I was in a car with Chinese diplomats, and the chauffeur asked them what was happening. There's so much of that you have to ask, what is the credibility of the individual? It is true that many of the individuals connected to the Kennedy assassination did end up dead, and some people have made a great deal out of that. Some of them were older. People get into accidents that have nothing to do with organizations trying to kill them. So I'm always skeptical of that, but I'm also open to it. I do believe that the CIA had its own methods and its own people in counterintelligence to carry this out without reaching to other individuals who might claim to have been involved. Can I give you one example?
Please.
This is important. The mafia was the #1 theory for many, many years, until we finally learned about the FBI wiretaps of all the senior mafia leaders. And they sometimes get on the phone together and they will chit-chat with one another. And this won't be a shock to anybody who saw The Godfather, but they're braggarts. And if they had had anything to do with the Kennedy assassination when the subject arose, as it did, somebody would have said, well, I know more than I can tell you, or I don't want to say this, but we finally got revenge against RFK. There's none of that. In fact, they're asking each other, did you do it? I wondered if your people were involved in this. We've looked and we know nobody in our organization was involved. So I tend to think that we would have heard some claim of involvement from the mafia. So that was not permanently eliminated, but we put it to the side. Again, I just keep coming back to counterintelligence and CIA. They hate.
Bro, relying on wiretaps for them to admit the assassination of a U.S. president is retarded. This dude's a dumbass, man.
Kennedy. They were angry about the Bay of Pigs, even though they, in the CIA, were more responsible than anyone for the disaster, the debacle of the Bay.
But why did the Bay of Pigs happen? Why did the Bay of Pigs happen? The Bay of Pigs happened because those weapons that were designed for the fucking Cubans ended up in goddamn Israel. That's why the Bay of Pigs was a failure. Those guns, that World War II surplus weaponry, ended up in fucking Palestine to be used by Israeli militias. That is why the Bay of Pigs failed. Why can't he say this?
Bay of Pigs in April 1961 because they misled Kennedy about everything. And so Kennedy said more than once in private to his aides, I wish I could break that organization, the CIA, into 1,000 pieces.
Yes, he did say that.
And he believed it. And I think there was a good chance after re-election that he would have reorganized the CIA, as Arthur Schlesinger, the aide to the president, who was the court historian for Kennedy and wrote 1,000 Days after the assassination, he had encouraged Kennedy to do, and others had too.
And we actually cited that before as one of the pieces of the documents that was in the release. just going back to Oswald for a second, my perception is a lot about it was tracking him and what was his whereabouts. Did you get a sense from the release, and this might have already been, you knew this before the release, but was there something about the release where you saw a potential failure in tracking him, how he was brought back into the United States? Was there an issue in surveilling him? Talk to us about that.
Sure. There are lots of pieces to this. The question that I'm always asked is, how did this defector, and there were just a handful of Americans who defected to, the people's paradise. And it's difficult to even imagine somebody wanting to live there because of the scarcity of goods and food and that kind of thing. But he did it, and you would think that the...
Yo, this nigga's a retard. No, Oswald was a fake defector. He was supposed to be a double agent, and it failed. The Russians knew that that's what his plan was. He tried and he failed.
CIA, with all the personnel they had, I don't know how they ever got enough money to do everything they did. You'd think they would have carefully tracked the defectors, and you would think it should have been...
He wasn't a real defector, man.
...difficult for a defector, unless he was a double agent, to get back into...
He was a double agent.
...the USA. And yet...
That's how he was able to come back!
Oswald was able to do it, even though he had been sent to Minsk to work in an obscure television factory.
Without Angleton, the U.S. would be country number 110. Facts.
It was approved. And
you're right. Angleton went against the John F. Kennedy administration and helped them get the nuclear weapons that they wanted. James Angleton is like the key ingredient for Israel.
And by accident, a colleague of mine had talked to the consular individual in Moscow who had approved Oswald's request to go back in. He had been told to do it by a higher up. And the higher up said, we've tracked him enough and we've got enough information on him to know that he's worthless. And Oswald was a very failed human being in almost every way you could fail. He did not look like someone who could have put together a 3-car funeral, much less assassinated the president. But think about that. If only they hadn't signed that form, Lee Harvey Oswald would not have been back in the United States. But it goes way beyond that. It's the fact that the CIA tracked Oswald closely. That's one of the things they have lied about most frequently for decades. They knew a great deal about where Oswald was and what he was doing, and they were opening his mail. They knew where he was, and the FBI was following Oswald and making him report to them or having one of their agents go to his home.
Yes, and that was because he was a part of the false defectors program as a double agent for the CIA. This is why they have all this extensive data on him.
To interview him on a regular basis. Oswald even...
This is why he never went to jail for espionage. Like, it's very simple, man, when they try to complicate this shit.
Came into the FBI office shortly before the assassination and told them to leave his wife alone, and if they didn't, he was going to come back and blow up the FBI building. And the supervisor said, the guy's just a nut, don't worry about him. In our age, we know if somebody threatens to blow up an FBI building or anything else, we should pay close attention. But they didn't. They also knew where he was working. If only the FBI had told the Secret Service that this very deranged individual who had been a defector to the Soviet Union worked in the Texas School Book Depository on the route of the limousine for Kennedy's visit, or if the CIA had informed the local police in some fashion or another. In those days, as you know, local police frequently picked up troublemakers before a VIP came to town and put them in the tank for a day or two. Oswald wouldn't even have been at his workplace. But
hey, guys, we got 764 likes, man. I need you guys to like the video, man, so that we can go ahead and have 2,000. Let's try to get 2,000 likes. We got almost 2,000 you guys watching right now, but we got another like 1,300 you guys on Rumble. So do me a solid, man. I opened up another stream for you guys. I'm really tired. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't sleep too well last night, but I've been really burning midnight oil on this podcast. Sorry, on this talk show, giving you guys all kind of sauce, reacting to this idiot be wrong about Oswald. So please like the video, guys. If you guys don't mind, we only got 766 likes, so let's get this shit to like 800. On Rumble and Castle Club, I'm going to give you guys the YouTube link if you guys don't mind, because YouTube is how we actually grow, guys. That's how we grow the OSS Army. You guys want to know how we were able to make fun of dumbass Andrew Schulz? We did it by roasting him. And as a matter of fact, I might need your guys' help here in a second.
much less had a gun to shoot Kennedy. I'm just giving you the surface.
Yeah.
so many things. You shake your head because this never should have happened, which is what causes people to think and to say there must be something more behind this. There's too much incompetence here.
And look, we could spend 3 hours talking about everything here with Oswald.
3 weeks. 3 months.
Yeah, Oswald, Ruby, MLK. I wanted to ask you this, though. Just as we can try to conclude the interview, were there any particular documents that were released that stand out to you? Anything that surprised you in particular?
Well, actually, many. I'm going to cite one because I think it's relevant to the Kennedy assassination. We knew that the CIA, or we've known for years, that the CIA was opening mail, which, by the way, is against the law. It's called mail tampering. But they were above the law. They were the law. They had 200 to 300 full-time employees in New York just examining the 500,000 letters and packages that came from the USSR to the U.S. each month and from the U.S. to the USSR. 200,000 of them got some additional scrutiny, and about 1,200 a month were set aside for intensive scrutiny. Guess which years this operated? From the 1950s through the 1960s. When was Oswald in Moscow? 3 of those years in the late 1950s and the early 1960s. You're going to tell me that they didn't open up the letters from Oswald to his friends and to his mother? Of course they did. That was part of their tracking of him. So, as I say, they have never told the full truth. They didn't preserve records of what they did. You can't tell which individuals they had surveilled because of what they had opened up in that New York bureau. Just so many things we don't know. And of course, all these people are dead. And I think that was the original intention. Just stretch it out and stretch it out as lawyers do until the principals are no longer available to be put on the witness stand.
Well, look, as you said, this is kind of the beginning point. I'm curious to see where it goes because more documents get digitized, and maybe there'll also be an annotation system where we can easily see what everything is. But listen, Professor Sabato,
Good luck
yeah,
with that.
I know. I think they're going to have
more
a separate
coming out tomorrow. More coming out tomorrow.
Okay,
so there's enough here for months and months and months, believe me.
Okay, well, stay in touch. We'd love to have you back on to talk about it. Professor Sabato, thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Enjoyed the discussion. Thank you.
All right, guys. It's time for us to make Andrew Schulz look like the retard that he is. So, Valuetainment put out this clip. Right, it goes, he paid to be mentioned, Andrew Schulz, roast Myron Gaines, super chat, clout stunt, right? And here's the, here's the thing, and I like how they put Mossad here.
I mean, that's a way of giving love.
That's a lot of money. So wait, we're live now, so anybody?
Yeah, he paid Super Chat.
Oh, he's paying for that too.
Yeah, he paid Super Chat. I mean, this is like Chipotle's on us. He paid for it.
But shout out him. I didn't know that you were paying for Chipotle, 100%. But he's definitely right. He's got all the.
Yeah, got more answers than you fucking loser, because you are a fucking retarded snake. Speaking of snake, we got some white snake here.
Answers absolutely. There's nobody that understands geopolitics better than him. 100%. He's got it. I'm 100% sure.
Why am I getting a lot of sarcasm out of you?
There's no sarcasm here. Why would anybody else know more? Why would there be any other expert?
Hey, here's the thing, guys. I'm sure PBD doesn't make the titles because I run a clip channel too, and I don't fucking make the titles. So it's the people that do this shit. Let them do clickbait. That's fine. But at the end of the day, the comments don't lie, bro. So go ahead and click my shit right here. LOL, bro, so mad because I exposed him for being a fraud, which he is. Yeah, I remember reading this elsewhere. Andrew's the kind of guy to ask your girlfriend if everything's okay between you and you two when you're not around. See, he's a slimy ass nigga. Even everybody else sees it, bro. It's clear Schulz thinks that Myron thinks about Myron all the time, the way he's constantly trying to act all smug and cool at the mere mention of him. The fact that he doesn't even challenge anything Myron said and immediately just started throwing an ad hominem after ad hominem with a shaky voice speaks volumes. Bro, look, Broom, PBD, bring Myron on a podcast, please. Andrew completely dodged the question. I'm with Myron on that beef. Andrew desperately wants to be the next Rogan, but he never will be. Too unlikable. All right, respect Myron for going after APAC. See, bro, the comments don't lie. Niggas know what time it is. This dude's a snake. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. So, yo, we gonna like my comment. Get that shit to the top. Let's fucking go. So every time
that's a way of giving love.
That's a lot of money.
So wait, we're live now, so anybody.
To you. Vinny, I hope you're ready for this as well. Israel killed JFK to protect their nuclear program. Israel killed RFK because he was snooping around and never trusted the Warren Commission and tried to make them register under FARA.
So BBD doesn't know I can see the comment. I can't see the comment. Are you shadow banned? Yeah, you guys are probably gonna have to click like newest, is what it is. A couple people found it. That's what you're probably gonna have to do is just like click and find it. Niggas names as don't notice Wiki's early life. That's funny. That's a funny name, bro. Guys, already at 47. Let's get this shit to number 1. Then we'll get back to the cooking.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, so wait, we're live now. So anybody?
He paid super chat.
Oh, he's paying for that too.
Yeah, he paid super.
All right, so I'm going through liking your guys' shit. Yeah, but these comments are revealing, bro. Niggas is roasting him on here. Oh. I respect Myron more than Schulz. See, look at that, bro. Word, Andrew is the grifter. Other dude, right or wrong, he doesn't flip-flop. You can hate his persona, but dude is 100%, 95% right and has a higher IQ than Andrew for sure. See, niggas are, bro, this is beautiful to see. Niggas are finally waking up to Andrew fucking Snake Schulz. I've been telling y'all niggas for years. This dude will say and do anything to fucking get ahead. I'm glad that niggas are waking up, bro. Myron's that dude not afraid. Bro, this is awesome. These comments are on my side, bro. I love y'all niggas, man. These niggas are cooking him in the comments. Bro. Yeah, Andrew thinks it's a yeah, bro. Calling me a grifter. Myron is correct about Israel, though. See, niggas are waking up, bro. And here's the thing. I've lost millions of dollars for talking about this shit. I'm not no grifter. Like, bruh, the worst thing you could do about your career is talk about the Jews, bro. Let's keep it all the way 1,000. That's the worst thing you could do for your career. Worst thing you could do. When Myron comes back on PBD, it's going to go crazy. You know it. Myron at least sticks to his guns and don't care about the money like these guys. It's funny how Andrew didn't like this when Myron was in front of him on the show. Exactly, bro. Andrew's snaky swaps so fast on wokeness, he's part of the problem. Bro, this is beautiful. These comments are lit. Yo, this is entertaining. Finally, niggas are seeing what I saw in this nigga years ago. Bro, guys, I kid you not, bro. After we finished the interview, he said, yo, are y'all sure you want us to put out this interview? It makes y'all look bad. I said, no, put it out. Don't edit it. Put it all out. You know what he did? He put out the interview, but he edited out the part when his dumbass friend Alex looked like shit. Swear to God, bro. Swear to God. You guys know I don't lie. I don't lie. Y'all know that. We did the interview. They didn't get what they wanted. They said, yo, you don't look into that? You guys sure you want us to put it out? I said, put it out. Just don't edit it. Nigga edited out that part with Alex. Slime ball. Slime ball. Someone said in the comment, which I actually like this shit. This shit is hilarious. Nigga said, it's clear that Schulz thinks about Myron all the time. No, that's not it. Where is it? He said some funny shit. Hold on. I got it right here. He said that Andrew's the type of guy to ask your girlfriend how you guys are going between, like, bro, that's the perfect way to put it. That's the type of nigga he is, bro. Yeah, all these, when it comes to joking about black people, which is funny because I do that shit too, no stuttering, etc. But when it comes to the Jews in Israel and what's happening in Gaza, there's a lot of ifs and maybes. Maybe there's a lot of guesswork. Exactly, bro. See, these niggas, bro, I'm telling you guys, if they're not willing to talk about them boys, you know that they're soy. Telling y'all, man, if they will not talk about them boys, they are soy. All right, boom, 107. Let's fucking go, baby. Y'all niggas you guys are lit, man. Now, I think we're at the top of the list now, guys. Guys, refresh the page. Let me know if you guys are top. I'm going to go through and like all y'all shit, then we're going to move on to the next topic. But yeah, bro. Fucking snake, bro. Probably the slimiest person I've met in show business since I've been doing the podcast, but for sure. Slimiest nigga I've met, bro. And here's the thing, Nelk will tell you that shit too. Steiny will tell y'all, like, he treated Steiny like shit, bro. For no reason, too. Shout out to y'all niggas, man. Love you guys. Showing that love. We don't fuck with these mainstream comedians, bro.
I mean, that's a way of giving love.
Fucking pussy cowards, motherfuckers. Yeah, there we go. I remember reading this elsewhere. Andrew's the kind of guy to ask your girlfriend if everything's okay between you two when you're not around. That is literally him, bro. I'm not even mad with that being the top comment. That is fucking true, bro. That's the type of nigga he is, bro. All right. We're done cooking this fucking loser. Honestly, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if Schulz is one of them boys. Chad, is he one of them boys? I'm starting to think he is, bro. He probably just keeps that shit hidden, though.
Okay, now we have an interview with Professor David Barrett, a professor of political science at Villanova University who studies the Kennedy presidency. Professor, thanks so much for coming on. Great to see you. Okay, so you told CBS News non-scholars who dive into these documents are going to be baffled as to what most of them have to do with the Kennedy or other assassinations. So I ask you...
All right, let's see what this guy got to say. I'll tell you all this. The first dude that came on is a retard. I need to go on these shows. Bro, I know more than all these niggas. What the fuck, man?
What do these documents have to do with Kennedy?
And I'm not the original subject matter expert.
Or the assassinations or whatnot. And I understand that you haven't gone through all 63,000 pages. You're not an AI chatbot, but I know you've been going through hundreds of them. So that's the question I asked you.
Well, it goes back to 1992 when Congress passed a law. Following, you remember there was that movie JFK by Oliver Stone, which was a very dramatic, in some ways impressive movie, although I sort of regarded it as fiction. But anyway, there was a kind of a public uproar, and so Congress, and it was the first President Bush acted, they passed this law called the JFK Assassination Records Act. And it was decided way back then to, and I think this was smart, define the Kennedy assassination plots, if there were any, to sort of define the topic broadly, to include covert actions against other countries where there where definitely was or might have been some kind of assassination plot. Therefore, we end up in this release of documents. We get documents about Vietnam, Indonesia, one or two countries in Africa. So that's why, although I will say sometimes I'll see a document, and I've been to probably 25 archives in person in my career, and these days one does a lot of research online, but the archives and what they have, it's not that completely well organized. So random things just kind of show up.
What are the details that you now know that you didn't have before? Because a big part of this is there were things that were redacted and now are not redacted.
Right. To my knowledge, what I've seen so far are documents that were sometimes lightly, sometimes very heavily redacted, and now they're not. Occasionally, I've seen one or two documents that might still be.
Hey, we hit 1,000 likes, guys. Let's get to 2,000 likes, ninjas.
Slightly redacted. I'll tell you, for anyone who's interested in sort of operational details of what CIA was doing in the Kennedy era and a bit before and a bit after, and even names of people, like names of foreign individuals and Americans, including American businesses and newspapers that were cooperating with CIA. If you want to know about those things, it is there. And things like, last night I came across a document that indicated that the main informant for CIA in Mexico in a certain time frame, which would be sort of mid to late 70s, I guess, was the president of Mexico. I mean, usually it's not that sort of a high level of an informant. I do see information about people who may have interacted with Lee Harvey Oswald or Jack Ruby. And it's hard to know what to make of these. And I think, FBI and others struggled sometimes, like, is this person reliable or not? But, some of those things are there. And it may well be that an assassination specialist may find there's some nugget of information that explains something. And others might not understand that nugget. I've written about CIA in the Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, a little bit Johnson era in some publications. And sometimes in my research, I'll see a document and I think, well, yeah, I'm going to keep this printed, put it in my files. And it's only later when I read it in context that I realize this is really useful information.
All right, let me read some of these chats. JR from Dallas said, Myron, would you rather be stuck in the woods with Diddy or two of them boys? Diddy, I could fight them off. Them boys will debank me. Super Javi says, Myron, just tuned in. Did you already cover the OF Simp death? Nope, I will cover that up coming up next, though. Don't worry. Awesome week of streams, bro. Appreciate that, BC Sides. I'm telling y'all, man, we are going to take over. And the fact that some of you guys supported me, man, and roasted Andrew Schulz, bro, the OSS Army is growing, man. It is fucking, we are cooking, man. Shout out to all you niggas. Myron, you're like the big bro I've always needed. I admire your dedication to your craft, and I look up to you with great respect. Thank you so much, 32C Money. Well, others follow the crowd. You're here helping men who are ready to level up. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Stay strong and keep pushing forward. I got you, bro. I'm able to do what I do because of you guys, man. I appreciate that, bro. We got a lot of hater-ass niggas, bro. Like, I'm about to roast this nigga. This Jordan Welch guy said he made a video today saying, stop watching Fresh and Fit. You guys want me to roast this guy, bro? And here's the thing, I'm not even going to roast him like that. When I say roast, I'm just going to debunk his points because I already know what he's about to say. Like every other hater. I don't even need to roast him. I'm just gonna make him look bad with facts.
Part of this, and I know you focus on Kennedy more generally in separate apart from the assassination, but the relationship between JFK and the CIA is so important in understanding. And I was reading this, I was trying to get a sense of what is that relationship. Okay. And I talked about it before, there was at least one document where somebody had sent him a memo regarding perhaps reorganizing or restructuring the CIA. What from this document release, what can you tell us? What did you learn about Kennedy's relationship with the CIA?
It's going to sound like I'm bragging. I've been thinking about that question, that topic that you just raised for years. So I sort of feel like I've known about it, and what I'm seeing in these documents reinforces it. Kennedy, after Bay of Pigs, after the failure of Bay of Pigs, he was just furious at CIA because people like Allen Dulles, the leader, had sort of urged him onward toward this, and they could have given him better, more thorough information. So he knew that. He was angry. He was furious at the Joint Chiefs of Staff because they had more or less endorsed the operation, furious at the State Department for leaking after the effect, saying, oh, well, we didn't favor it. And he was furious at himself, where he said, how could I have been so stupid? So he learned to develop ways of gathering better information, and he let it be known to Allen Dulles that Dulles would be leaving. I mean, he did it in kind of a nice, civilized way, didn't just fire him that day. And he hired someone who was a Republican Cold Warrior type named John McCone, who was very capable. I'm going to disagree with some other scholars who focus only on Kennedy and CIA. I've looked at Kennedy and bureaucracies, and I can tell you, it's true of Kennedy, it's true of other presidents. They generally don't like and don't trust the bureaucracies of the executive branch. They're not responsive enough. They're not thinking about the president's agenda. They're not thinking about the president's political situation. And so they tend to be distrustful.
All right, guys. Like the video. If we get 2,000 likes, then I'll respond to this dude's video where he's trying to criticize us.
So that was true of Kennedy in a general sense.
And I've never seen it, so it's going to be off the top. Doing it live.
It's towards CIA, but there's this quote that shows up everywhere that says, where Kennedy allegedly said, I want to shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. I mean, that just shows up in so many publications, not this week, but for a long term. And I don't know that he'd ever said that because that quote first showed up, years later from someone speaking off the record. But he did not automatically, after Bay of Pigs, he certainly did not automatically believe things. But I want to say this also, he developed a very high respect for some of the things that CIA could do. So, for example, they created this thing that's now called the President's Daily Brief. It had a different name, but that tradition of giving the president a daily kind of a newsletter about what's going on in the world, I mean, he read that thing. And if he had questions about it, those questions were then sent to CIA to explain further. So he relied on that.
Are those documents have you seen those documents in the release, those memos to the president? daily briefings?
Most of those have been partially or fully declassified. To me, it's silly that why weren't they fully declassified long ago? But what I specifically saw night before last, were it was called the President's Intelligence Checklist, PICL, P-I-C-L, and I saw the ones that had still been kept mostly classified for goodness knows what reason from.
2K likes, guys, and we'll do it. I think we're right now at 1.1.
A few days before the assassination to a few days after the assassination. But, you know, the bureaucracy, certainly including CIA, have been so heavy-handed at keeping things classified, even after that law was passed in the 90s. When you read, you know, what Kennedy was seeing a couple of days before the assassination, what Johnson saw a few days after, you think, why was this only declassified day before yesterday?
Well, that's a good question, right? I mean, what is this?
Well, I think I have an answer, but
what's the best guess you have in terms of why it was redacted for so long and why it was non-redacted now?
Yes. When the CIA was created in 1947, there was a law, the National Security Act, and it directed the director of Central Intelligence to see to it that information regarding sources and methods, I'm sure you've heard that phrase, sources and methods, that information about how U.S. intelligence, specifically CIA, did its work, sources and methods, be kept secret. So on that basis, the CIA kept its operations secret for years, decades, except maybe telling a few people in Congress, certainly the president and a few others. But across the years, they just became so used to doing that they, and I don't know who the they was, because sometimes when I look at documents from the Kennedy era that I've looked at, not this release because there seem to be almost no redactions, but you can see maybe the first page and then 10 pages are still kept classified. And I think, well, that's insane. But they developed this practice of if anything seemed to reveal anything about sources and methods, they would just block it out. And so the whole declassification process is screwy and complicated, but I think I've sort of figured it out as a consumer. The same document, believe it or not.
Yeah, we're at 1.1K, niggas. We got to get to 2K, man, if y'all want to see this shit.
Not can be, quote, declassified.
You guys have been asking me all fucking week to respond to this kid.
Different points along the way. Once in the 70s, once in the 80s and the 90s, and you can see what different people thought should be kept secret. And when you see some of the things they did keep secret in a prior release, you think, that's absurd. Like I saw one that said it was blocked out that the CIA carried out signals intelligence gathering with regard to Cuba.
Yeah, this nigga a retard. Okay. I could do better on this shit than these guys, man. All right, let's go on to New York Times says ICE doesn't need warrants to enter private homes. Which they do need warrants to enter private homes, but let's go ahead and go through this.
Administration officials believe the order lets immigration agents enter homes without warrants. It remains unclear whether the Trump administration will apply the law this way, but such an interpretation, experts say, would infringe on basic civil liberties. Trump admin lawyers have determined that an 18th century wartime law the president has invoked to deport suspected members of a Venezuelan gang allows federal agents to enter homes without a warrant, according to people familiar with the internal discussions.
All right, so let me tell you guys, right? When I used to work for ICE, you cannot, if you had an immigration warrant, you cannot knock on a door and kick in the door to get them. You had to, they had to give you consent to go in. You can't go in without a warrant for immigration warrants. So, I don't know what this is here. Even when you have an arrest warrant, you need to have information that they're in the house. And even then, you can only go in the house, arrest them, and get out. So this has got to be some obscure old law. Well, let's see.
First thing I'm going to say is,
AJ Sandy Balls, thank you for the show, sir. Appreciate you. Don't worry, Sandy Balls. I appreciate your love, man.
Don't believe you, New York Times. This is far-fetched, naming nobody, and even the title is ridiculous. But I still find it to be interesting because the conversation we've been having, the conversation I've been having with myself since yesterday and now with my friends is Trump now a wartime president? And I don't mean literal like World War II. What I'm saying is Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus because of the conflict in this country. Are we in or entering a period where Donald Trump will have to act as a wartime president? Let me say this. I don't like the idea that Donald Trump is going to kick in someone's door. Not him, actually, it'll be hilarious if it's him personally. He walks up and it's just him. But the idea that he's going to send cops or immigration to a house, they're going to kick the door in and say, we don't need a warrant because you're harboring criminal illegal aliens or whatever. That sounds like a really bad idea. And that's why I've been saying since last year, even the year before, if Trump wants to implement deportations, it's got to be a guy in a polo shirt and khakis with a belt on and a clipboard, knocking on a door, and then taking people to a nice, little van with only a couple people in it where they can go for deportation. None of this military vehicles, none of this, you know, like putting them in detention centers on the border. You have to be very, very careful with how this is done. I don't want to see law enforcement thinking they can enter homes without warrants. That's insane.
That's a slippery slope, man.
Yeah.
That's a real slippery slope.
It is.
I mean, I understand, like, being over here illegally, you kind of forfeit.
It'll never get allowed, bro. It'll never get allowed. ICE can't get warrants now for immigration. They can't get into your house now with immigration warrants. There's no way.
Your rights that a normal American citizen would have, but I still think just entering a home in general without any sort of consent or a warrant, that makes me uncomfortable.
What if there is a terrorist in that home?
I mean, again, I can't definitively say what I think would happen, but I just think it's a little scary.
What if there is a known terrorist who is being pursued by law enforcement, and he runs inside of a house and locks the...
Then that isn't a fourth exception rule, then, because you're on a hot pursuit. Here, I'll look it up. Damn, bro. Tim needs to bring me on some of these panels, bro. These niggas he be bringing on are retards, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, these niggas don't even know what this... Man. Which I'll probably be on Timcast IRL soon, guys. So, Fourth Amendment exceptions. One of them is hot pursuit, actually, as a matter of fact. So you got here, boom. Consent searches incident lawful to arrest, exigent circumstances, automobile exception, plain view doctrine, open field doctrine, border searches, special needs searches. So this one right here, exigent circumstances, right? Boom. I got it right here for y'all niggas, right here. Examples include hot pursuit of a fleeing subject or when there's a reasonable belief that evidence is about to be destroyed. So yes, that would be a fourth exception rule. Come on, man. I'll be cooking, chat. I haven't been on the job for fucking 5 years, but I still remember this shit. Still remember this shit, man. So yeah, and then obviously border searches, which I've explained to you guys a million times, borders. You have no Fourth Amendment right on the border. They could literally toss your shit upside and down. Pause.
They're going to kick the door in and say, we don't need a warrant because you're harboring criminal illegal aliens or whatever. That sounds like a really bad idea. And
well, now even then, if you have illegal aliens, you still need consent. Because I used to kick in doors specifically for that reason. You need a search warrant if you think that there's going to be illegal aliens in there still.
What I've been saying since last year, even the year before. If Trump wants to implement deportations, it's got to be a guy in a polo shirt and khakis with a belt on and a clipboard, knocking on a door, and then taking people to a nice, little van with only a couple people in it where they can go for deportation.
All right, Diddy, you're losing your wrench, nigga. You're retarded for saying that stupid shit. Dude said, no, the terrorist was wanted by the world when you say he'll come to the door saying you need a warrant and slams the door right in your face. Haha, yeah, right. Nigga, you lose your wrench for being an idiot. Congratulations, retard. What a fucking dumbass. That's why I gotta give wrenches only to niggas that are in Castle Club, bro. A lot of y'all niggas are idiots.
None of this military vehicles, none of this, like putting them in detention centers on the border. You
got your freedom of speech, but that was retarded, so you lose your wrench, nigga. Right, because what if you're wrong for any reason, there's a huge lawsuit? That had nothing to do with what we're talking about. I gave a Fourth Amendment exception, which I literally just showed to you just now. If there is hot pursuit on the individual and they run the house, yes, you can break the Fourth Amendment temporarily to put him in custody. Dumb fuck.
You have to be very, very careful with how this is done. I don't want to see law enforcement thinking they can enter homes without warrants. That's insane.
That's a slippery slope, man.
Yeah.
That's a real slippery slope.
It is.
I mean, I understand, like, being over here illegally, you kind of forfeit your rights that a normal American citizen would have, but I still think just entering a home in general without any sort of consent or a warrant, that makes me uncomfortable.
What if there is a terrorist in that home?
I mean, again.
And he runs inside of a house and locks the door.
We covered that. Hot pursuit, you can go in.
And as the law enforcement turn the corner, there's a bunch of people outside with their hands on their heads, and they're like, he just ran in that house.
Yeah.
Can they go in then?
Wait for him to come out.
Well, hey, Castle Club guys, tell me your YouTube handle so I can give you a wrench.
Wasn't that
honest question?
Yeah, stake it out.
I honestly think legally, if cops are in pursuit of a wanted criminal and the guy turns the corner and then enters a house and the police turn the corner and everyone's pointing at the house, he just went inside, pretty sure that's probable cause and they can enter the building. Exigent circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be, and it wouldn't be a problem to get, again.
Shout out to you, JR from Dallas. Became a monthly supporter. Shout out to you, my friend.
make sure that the house is locked down, call up a judge, get a warrant, be like, yo, people say that he went in there, we were following him, we think he's in there, give us a warrant. The judge can issue a warrant real quick.
I don't think they need it.
No, judge's not going to give you... Bro, this is the problem when you bring people in that don't know what they're talking about, bro. No offense, this guy's never done law enforcement. None of these guys have done law enforcement. You're not going to get a warrant that fast, bro. Bro, man, it's amazing how, like, people really have no clue on this shit, man. If you're chasing a guy and you're in a hot pursuit and you got like an arrest warrant for him and he runs in the house, you can go in the house to go get him. But as soon as you get him out the house, you can't search nothing else.
Maybe not.
I'm pretty sure if there are witnesses who said, we just watched a man enter that house. So when we got swatted, the cops were like, we don't need a warrant. Exigent circumstances. And I said, the hell you don't. You can't come in my house. And they were like, tell it to a judge. And they walked in.
All right. Nightly Wisdom, comment in the chat. You Cast Club guys, comment in the chat with your handles.
They didn't literally say tell it to a judge. They were like, we don't need your permission and we're going in your house. And I was like, well, I reject this. I oppose this and I deny permission. And they went in anyway. Because I don't want them walking through my house.
I mean, I think in the terrorist scenario, if it's black and white, like you said, like it's easy to say, yeah, you should totally be able to go into the house or enter into the house and grab the suspect. But this is kind of shades of gray here. Like, what other people are in the house? Who really knows what's going on? I feel like that's why all of these standoffs happen quite a bit at the time. So,
yeah.
I mean, in Tim's like perfect scenario, yeah, the guy runs in, he's the only one in there, for sure, go in and get the guy. I think that's fine. But I think like when these things actually play out, like I said, it's a little bit more gray than just, or a little bit more gray than like, what do we actually do?
Here's the challenge. I don't disagree with you. The challenge is, over the past 4 years, we've had more people enter this country illegally than at any point in the history of this country. And some actually have argued that it is one of the largest mass migrations of humans in the history of humanity. So it is. It's in the top 5. The partition of India and Pakistan may be much bigger, but that was actually one big body and that was split. This is people coming from all over the world and entering the United States, with estimates ranging from like 10 to 20 million. This is apocalyptic for a culture, for a country, for an economy. Donald.
Hey, shout out to Arc Lightning with the 20 gifted subs, bro. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that, man. We are going to run a subathon for Fresh and Fit, and then I'll do another subathon for this channel. Thank you guys so much, bro. Appreciate that greatly.
Trump says, I'm elected with immigration as the number 2 issue, and I need to enforce.
Shout out to you, Arc Lightning, man. I'm going to give you a double down, Marco, for that one. Really appreciate that, bro. I think Arc Lightning already has a wrench, right? Or nah? Does he not? I'm going to give him a wrench.
The law. And we must deport the worst of the worst. Criminal, terroristic, illegal migrants, people who are in prison gangs. Now, as Joe Biden violated the Constitution and did all of the worst things imaginable, there's a guy in Arizona. Was it Arizona where the rancher got arrested?
Yeah, yeah. The old dude. Yeah.
So people are crossing on.
All right, Arc Lightning, you got a wrench, my nigga. But yeah, I think I need some more YouTube mods potentially.
It was property. He claims that, I think what he said, they were shooting at him or something.
He thought they were.
He heard gunshots. So he goes out there, and I think he admitted he shot a guy illegally trespassing and breaking into the country. He went to prison. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to Joe Biden and his administration taking away our rights and assisting in the destruction of this country, oh boy, let me lay it out for you. When they put up shipping containers to block the barrier, they ordered them taken down. When the Texas National Guard put up concertina wire, the feds came in and said, don't you dare defy us. Let these people in.
Yeah, Castle Club guys, comment in the YouTube chat. Comment in the YouTube chat. I'll give you guys a wrench. Castle Club niggas.
And when CBP, under Joe Biden, knew they were trafficking children into sex slavery, they did it with smiles on their faces.
Just let it happen.
And we all watched that happen. But because it wasn't personal to us, we say it's a bad thing that must be stopped. And the liberals say we like it. Now, the shoe is on the other foot. Donald Trump is the president, and these criminals got to go. Now what we hear is, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but now what we hear is, we cannot be like Biden, meaning we're going to have to be constrained with our hands tied behind our backs, and the criminals and the sex slavers who are brought into this country, oh boy, we might not be able to remove all of them. So this is what I mean by wartime presidency. Joe Biden, and I'm going to say it again, ask Dr. Phil, don't take my word for it. Dr. Phil on The View said he interviewed CBP agents. The video is public. You can watch CBP agents say this, the head of the union. Children are brought in with numbers on their arms or hands. CBP knows these are sex slavery rings for children, and they were instructed to allow them in. So when Donald Trump says, I am going to go above and beyond to get these criminals out of this country, what we end up hearing is, oh man, we can't do these things. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want feds or cops kicking in any doors without warrants. Screw that. But at the very least, when it comes to Trump putting these criminals on airplanes and saying, see you later, the judges are trying to stop him from doing it. That's what I mean by wartime president. Is Trump going to say, here's what you did, and my justification is everything I just said? Or are we going to sit back and say, no, Joe Biden and the Democrats, Schumer, they did untold evils, and we're going to tolerate it because our Constitution says we have to?
No, I think that like I said, Donald Trump has a mandate, and I think that the fact that there are people trying to, judges trying to interpose themselves means that you have to have it's extenuating circumstances, and there has to be some way.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Believe me, it's not something that I'm excited about, but you've had the left.
Speaking of immigration, I think they got a Twitter space right now. Let me go ahead and get in there real quick for you guys, where they're debating the H-1B visa. Let's go ahead and jump in here and see what they're talking about, chat.
Term should not be used when we're talking about non-Americans.
Can I explain?
Like,
okay, so that's a good point. So I have a question for you, Boxing. So let's suppose we have a really smart researcher from China, and we have a janitor from Saudi Arabia. Who do you want a preference? Who do you want to give preference to?
Neither.
No. But if you have to, what would you do?
Probably the janitor from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So that's why. Why would you do that?
Because I trust him more.
Arabia, they hire Indians for
I
that
know
job.
that. I know that. But I mean, come on. Like, what type of question is that?
How much harm can he do you? How much harm? Hold on. Just so you know, how much harm can he do? Let's say he just decides to know how to mix ammonia and mix everything correct. Boom, he just built a bomb. He just blew you up. Next thing you know, bang, Muslims, terrorists, bang, we're right back in Iraq. We're back in Saudi Arabia. Come on, man. You just put two and two together here.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing, and I'm going to be honest again. Like, I am like critical of definitely some certain things about Islam, but every single time you get into a debate with an Indian about like immigration, they always pivot to the Muslim thing. Like, because it's their problem. It's the India-Pakistan thing. I get it. It's not as big of a problem over here. I'm not stupid.
It's not about. I just randomly took Saudi as an example.
Use an African country.
I'm asking you another question again. Let's suppose there's a really smart guy from China who has some secrets, and he can come and actually help the U.S. leapfrog the U.S. in leapfrog China in certain technology, and the U.S. has the power to attract really smart people. So let's suppose somebody from China wants to come here, and he wants to help us. Let's suppose he's a deep-seek engineer who created something at 1/8 the cost of what OpenAI is doing. So he wants to come here. He's saying, I love America. I want to come here. I think that's the freedom. I don't want to stay in communist China. So he says he wants to come here, and he applies for a visa. And then there is another person who's okay, forget it. Doesn't have to be a Muslim nation. Let's suppose he is coming from Thailand. Somebody from Thailand who's a janitor. So obviously you may not want to, but you have to prefer really smart people on the priority line. That's what I'm saying. We should not prefer DEI over skill. You have to have immigration. There's no doubt in that. I'm not saying the H-1B program is excellent. There's a lot of problems with it. Let's fix it. I've already said that we have to do a rank-based system and probably even bring it down. We take in close to 100,000, I think 85,000 H-1Bs in a year. And let's bring it down to 10,000. I don't care. But whoever we take in based on their smartness and their expertise and their what net benefit they are to the society, rather than just because they're from a certain country. And what happens here, so I'll explain the green card backlog program, a problem here right now. So if you're a CEO of, let's suppose that Jensen Huang, I know he's Taiwanese, but let's suppose somebody like that comes in from China.
All right, let's go back to the stuff. These niggas are this fucking guy is yapping, bro.
because they're from a certain country. And
Okay. Where we at here? Shit. Give me 1 sec, chat. We'll go main cam. What was the other one? Oh, yeah. We'll finish the Tim Pool stuff.
Behaving outside, doing things outside of the law, and people have been making excuses for it and accepting it. Now that the Republicans have the power, it's time to use it.
I've for many years been preaching fire with fire. I might have calmed down kind of a little bit, but I doubt it. But Trump needs to stand up. Literally, it's been an invasion, which is an intrusion and encroachment, which we've had the last couple of years. So we're definitely getting invaded, and we can't. If we want to save America and have a good culture.
Who is this guy? I've never seen this guy before. Is he like a staple on the Tim Pool thing now? Chat? Never heard of him.
We just can't let these millions of people come in here, break our laws, and just do what they want to do. That makes zero sense. How do they have free play?
Welcome to hell.
I don't like hell.
Because the issue is it wasn't started by Trump. What we've seen over the past several years in the Biden administration.
Hey, we only got 1.2K likes, guys. We need 2,000 if y'all want me to react to this nigga video.
How do we tolerate, and I think it's the most egregious of crimes, that our law enforcement officers in CBP were knowingly sending children to sex slavery. I'll say it 50 million times because they did.
Efforts.
And the head of the CBP union said it. There are numerous independent reporters who went down there and have talked about how this is going on. We know, Donald Trump knows, the coyotes, they take young girls, they rape them as part of their human smuggling operation.
James O'Keefe had that one.
Yeah, but it's not as common as people think it is, bro.
Gentleman, and he got in trouble for
That's right.
beans.
That's right. And this whole time this is happening, was there a conversation of, oh no, the Constitution is being violated? Well, sure, on our side. So when Donald Trump comes to respond to this, the only answer is, boy, I tell you what, you guys should watch The Patriot with Mel Gibson. You ever see that one?
I need to rewatch it.
Because Mel Gibson says...
Camera turned off. Hold on, my bad, chat. I don't know why my camera just turned off. We're spitting too much heat over here. Turning it back on. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the fuck happened there. All right, there we go.
It's such a good movie.
Turn back. Okay, so fucking lame. Let me get some air in here so that the camera turns back on.
It is the best movie. Have you seen The Patriot with Mel Gibson? Oh yeah.
We're gonna watch it on the big screen.
We should put it on.
Yeah.
Yes, we should. They're having a meeting of the Constitution. It's a constitutional convention. Should we declare war? And he says, no, no, no. And they were like, so what would you have us do? The king basically keeps trampling our rights. And he says, petition the king. We've tried that. It doesn't work. And it was petition again and again and again. That plea feels so much to me like what Republicans and people on the right have been doing for a decade. Just keep pleading, keep petitioning somebody who has no intention of listening to what you have to say. But then he makes another great point. He says, mark my words, this war will not be fought on some faraway battlefield. It'll be fought.
All right. Let's see what else these niggas are talking about. Hold on.
She sent me the USAID backlog, and they haven't looked at like anything between each other in almost 5 years.
Yeah, so I'm gonna finish up, and I'm actually gonna go. I'll let other people take my spot. But here's the thing, Siddharth. This is the thing, and this is how a lot of people feel. It's such a clusterfuck, and there's so much fraud that people just don't want any immigration right now. And that includes, yes, legal immigration and illegal immigration. This is what it is, because as of right now, we don't know how many people are here. There's still birthright citizenship, that people are abusing it. There's all these issues. So people that are pushing back, it's not like don't take it personally. Hold on. Don't take it personally. I know people say like racist and offensive stuff, but like if you're not an American, like you're going to be included in, we don't want you. Like, so it's not because you're Indian. It's not because you're from Pakistan. It's just, there's not a need until there's an actual assessment, right? There's an assessment of a need because it's being abused, that people just don't want any immigrants.
Jordan,
And if you, okay, that's it. That's it.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Siddharth. I'm gonna close the H-1B part, and we're gonna move on. And I'm gonna state something, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna disprove both sides of both of your points right now. So I'm a product of the H1. Well, I'm actually a product of pre-NAFTA. So I was.
All right. Let's go here. Let me read some of these chats. All right. All right. Now we got the OnlyFans shit. Let's see what the deal is. This one is crazy, bro. OnlyFans chick killed a man in a BDSM session. That's wild.
Not often. But what if I tell you wrapping a man up in saran wrap like a mummy and gluing boots on his feet, not something you hear about often. But what if I tell you some people pay for that to explore their own fetishes? However, that kinky sex act left a man dead. Now the OnlyFans model he hired to engage in the sex acts is charged with his murder.
I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, before we get into this case, I want to tell you about something really exciting at Law and Crime. We're launching a new channel called Scandal that is dedicated to exposing the dark side of fame, covering all the wild crimes in Hollywood and diving into the disturbing rumors floating around celebrity circles. Now, to stay up to date on all the latest celebrity scandals, click the link in the description of this video and subscribe to Scandal today. Now, back to this story. So the spicy content creator's attorney denies that she intended to kill him, but police say while the man was unresponsive, she kept on filming for her OnlyFans.
Bruh.
So this happened back in April of 2023. But let's take you back a month earlier. That's when 55-year-old Michael Dale first contacted 31-year-old Michaela Ray Larsden. Police say
cooked.
He spotted her on a website usually used for hiring escorts and spicy dancers, i.e. strippers. Investigators say Michael had an
That nigga was on Eros or some shit like that probably. Or SA, one of them.
Interesting request for Michaela. He wanted her to wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy and glue women's boots to his feet. Like I
Bro. What the fuck, man? Man. Why do guys always gotta be weirdos like this, bro? What the fuck is wrong with these niggas, man? Incredible.
I said, interesting request. Michaela reportedly said to police that it was the first time she ever engaged in, well, I guess you can put it as fetish behavior. The two met up on April 7th.
Cap, bro, let me tell you something about these women, man, that do this type of shit. They get asked to do weird sex work like this all the time, bro. All the time.
17th of that same year. Now, their encounter was reportedly between two consenting adults engaging in bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, sadism, and masochism. You know, BDSM. That night around 6 p.m., Michaela went over to Michael's home. Michaela told investigators Michael appeared intoxicated, but they still engaged in their tryst. And she spent several hours with Michael and played out his fetish at his request. Again, as long as it's two consenting adults, what's the harm, right? Well, it was fine until a 911 call came in. When officers arrived, Michaela was performing CPR on Michael. He was rushed to the hospital, but declared brain dead the next day.
Oh, wow.
Days later, he was taken off life support. His cause of death, deprivation of oxygen to the brain, meaning police think he suffocated to death. But here's the thing, it's not—
Bro, that's a terrible way to go out, man. Wow. Yo, could you imagine? Niggas gonna be at your eulogy like, did you hear? Some whore wrapped him up in saran wrap and he died from suffocation. Damn, give me that bitch number. Like, bro, that's a terrible way to go out, man. God damn. Holy. Bro, getting killed by a 31-year-old OF chick is crazy work, man. That's not a good way to go out, bro. Holy, man. Wow. Bro, what are you gonna say at the fucking at like the what? Oh, yeah, any final words? He was a great man, you know? Like women's boots and saran wrap, but he was a good man. Like, bruh, nigga just made it hard for all of us to pay our respects, man. God damn.
Not like Michaela was arrested then and there. However, she did cooperate with the investigation. Police say she handed over her phone, but what detectives saw was troubling, as they noted it. On her phone, police say that there were videos of Michael struggling to breathe. He had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap, then duct tape over his face and head. Police say,
bruh. Bro.
His wrists were bound, his fingers were covered in duct tape, his legs were wrapped in plastic, and police say he was unable to remove the bag or wrappings that were over his head. It's pretty horrifying to think about, and there's more. Now, police say while he was laying there unresponsive, Michaela allegedly kept on filming content for her OnlyFans. Police say,
bro. Yo. Bitch kept filming for the OnlyFans? That should turn from OnlyFans to Only Death, man.
She filmed herself performing a sex act nearby, but didn't lay into what exactly it was. They say the footage was shot just moments before she called 911, but police say Michaela denied putting the bag over Michael's head. During their investigation, they learned more, like that Michael paid Michaela $11,000 to have conversations with him and to come up to his house, tie him up, and perform other bondage acts with him. Michael's roommate reportedly told,
bro, you got... And then you guys wonder why these women don't fucking respect y'all, bro. Yo, look, man, this might literally save your life. These women behave the way that they do because I promise you guys, even mid-girls are able to get simps to pay them a bunch of money just to fucking talk to them. Why do you guys think modern women are so rude, entitled, bratty, and stupid? Because they literally get paid sometimes to just exist or talk to people. This is why I hate simps, bro. You guys have made it really hard for the rest of us to deal with this fuckery, man. This is what we have in a deregulated sexual marketplace. Women like this that quite literally don't respect you enough to take the bag off your head so you can live, nigga. That's where we are now. God damn, bro. Shit.
Police, he saw Michaela super freaked out. His roommate told police he saw Michael on the...
Hold on one sec, Cha. The other camera turned off. I'm gonna turn it on real quick. Shout out to Cup of Tea. I never understand when Sims pay for a box and Shawty be looking average. Just hold your nut, bro. I'm telling you, man. Telling you, bro. Look at this chick, bro. How you gonna die to a brace face, nigga? Damn. Man, this is annoying.
The floor in his sweatpants, wrapped in saran wrap from his hips down. Prosecutors say while the evidence shows Michael hired her to perform bondage and fetish acts, there's no indication he asked Michaela to obstruct his breathing or put tape over his mouth or a plastic bag over his head. But Michaela's attorneys...
I give it 1,000. He probably did, bro. He probably did. Bro, these guys don't know when enough is enough, man. That's the problem with these pervert motherfuckers, bro.
Says that there was no intent to kill him and no attempt to cover up what happened. According to the Orange County Register, her attorney also questioned Michael's cause of death, pointing to the combination of alcohol and a prescription drug in his system. So what happens next? Well, trial. Michaela was arrested last...
That nigga was probably on a perk. Papa perk, I go retarded.
Month. The mom of three was charged with second-degree murder and pleaded not guilty to her charges.
Ultimately, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not Michaela is guilty or not guilty of second-degree murder, but let's bring on attorney Melba Pearson to get her take on this case. Melba, always great to see you. With what we know now, do you see a jury coming back and saying...
Man, I knew this story was going to be good. God damn.
And guilty on second-degree...
Niggas in the chat said only mummies.
Murder in this case.
Well, always great to see you and to be on with you. And I don't see this as a second-degree murder case. I think because of the salacious nature, everybody's like, oh my gosh. But we also have to look at the intent aspect. And because when the defendant turned over her phone and all the different correspondence that had occurred between her and the victim.
This chick got a kid too, or kids.
It was very clear that they mutually agreed to these activities. He actually wanted her to do more than she actually did. And so with that mindset in kind of in play, I don't see the requisite intent for second-degree murder. Granted, there was wanton and reckless disregard for human life in some ways, but again, that's mitigated by the fact that they mutually engaged in something that could result in death. So they both engaged in very risky behavior. Of course, she should have responded when she saw that he had unfortunately lost consciousness, and probably should have handled that differently, but not to go down the rabbit hole, because it's not exactly my area of expertise, but when it comes to the BDSM lifestyle, you have to know what you're doing because of the fact that one wrong move could result in someone's death. So I see negligence on her part because she was not aware of the rules and have a safe word and all those types of things that preserve life when engaging in such, risky behavior.
A huge thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's Law and Crime YouTube takeover. Morgan & Morgan is a firm with more, particularly in this kind of encounter with this type of request. So with that being said, it did feel like maybe she didn't know exactly what she was doing, or even the risk kind of imposed in kind of carrying that out. So are you surprised, or I know you are surprised that she is charged with second-degree murder, but why do you think it was second-degree murder as opposed to a lesser charge, maybe manslaughter?
I think, again, the salacious nature of it really, I think, hit everybody incorrectly. And again, if you are not, again, this is not my jam, so I'm going to keep using this as a caveat. But, if you do some research in the BDM lifestyle, there are certain societal norms that are, again, we may not understand because that may not something we engage in on a day-to-day basis. But if you were to research that, there are a lot of aspects to which, again, you engage in behavior that could result.
God damn, bro. Bro, niggas need to stop simping, man. All right. Hold on. All right. Don Corleone, Myron, why is Alien Popper deleting my chats? Because I call him a simp. Censorship. Yo, Alien Popper, stop deleting chats, bro. Let niggas say what they got to say in the Rumble chat, bro. Don't be a pussy. Okay. Freedom of speech over here. Let niggas say what they got to say. Fresh updates. What a weirdo. At least he died doing what he loved, I guess. Holy. That's what porn does to niggas. Chat, avoid porn at all costs. Facts. Shout out to you, Fresh Updates. Pink Badger says, the guy on Tim Podcast, the guy with the black hat is the singer from the band All That Remains. Okay. Thank you. What's up, Myron? You should add a pop notification when someone subscribes to you, like CC, YouTube, etc. I could do it for YouTube, I think, when they subscribe. Let me double check and see here. I think I can, actually. Let's see here. Hey, Myron, thanks for all you do. Why do you think Trump released the unredacted files in the midst of the anti-Sem? Do you think them boys want to split the Conservative Party? No, I just think, honestly, Trump didn't know of the depths of Israel's involvement. That's what I think. Sandy Balls, got you. All right, cool. Caught up. And thank you guys so much for supporting. In fact, it says, Myron, you got to see what fans did in Iran versus Germany game in 2006. OSS Army for real. Send a link. Maybe if I got time, I'll look at it. Bro said, I never understand when simps pay for box and shawty be looking average. Just holding up, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man, a lot of these dudes are struggling with this shit, bro. Yeah, I got subscriptions here.
In death, and you have a safe word, and there's just certain protocols that are followed. And so if I know it may be distasteful to some, but again, to understand the totality of the circumstances, any good defense attorney is going to blast a hole in that. Just realistically speaking, because again, you're looking at the consent aspect.
All right, J0212, he works for Timcast, the other is a fill-in skateboarder. The women he had on, though, was talking about private equity, gun business with back-end interest rates, something worth looking into, tank the market, and put millions out of work. Okay.
and you're looking at the negligence aspect because she.
Hey guys, thank you so much, man. MyronGainsX.com. That's the best way to get involved in the show. You can Rumble Rant in too, but it's easier when you guys use the MyronGainsX.com. Way easier. It comes right up on screen. I don't gotta like do much. But like when you guys do a Rumble Rant like this, for example, I have to like click the button and do it. So imagine if the story was the other way around, Myron. She stuffed that lawyer or whatever said would be different facts. Of course, bro. This is from the talisman Jacob.
He walked into a situation that she kind of thought she knew what the rules were, but she really didn't. And so this is a cautionary tale for those who engage in that lifestyle to understand.
Guys, we only got 1.3K likes, man. We need to get 2,000 and just 2,000 likes. We only got 1.3. And we got 1,300 of you guys watching on Rumble, another 2,100 of you guys watching on YouTube. You guys could be anywhere else in the world, but you guys are here with me, man. So I'm happy that we got this. We're going to build this shit up, guys. The goal, man, this bitch ugly. But anyway, yeah, the goal, guys, of this channel is we are going to get to a point where rain, hail, or shine, we're at 10,000 live every single time. That is the goal, guys. 10,000 live. Because you guys know, I don't view bot. This is all real, natural shit, right? I never view bot, never have view bot in my life. So, you know, we're slowly but surely increasing the views, increasing the viewership, increasing the army, increasing the OSS squad, the O/squad, where we keep it real over here. So, in order for us to keep growing, I need you guys to engage with the video, subscribe to the channel on YouTube. We're going to grow on YouTube, and then obviously we grow the Rumble, and then we're able to say and do the things that we want to do. And I'm going to keep giving you guys the best content I can. You know, good cameras, good angles, right? Good production value, high quality. I got a new mixer, not new mixer. I got a new video switcher coming in next week. So you guys are probably going to see the quality of the videos go up. We'll be able to stream probably maybe even in 4K. We'll see, because I'm using 4K cameras. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get that 4K when we stream as well, man. So, bro, I'm putting in work with the production, trying to make this shit super high quality, super good for you guys so that we can give commentary on all different types of subjects. As you guys know, Sundays are the Fed React stuff. I'm going to be breaking down the LA RICO that a bunch of these guys got arrested for, some rolling 60s Crips. That's going to be on Sunday. I'm excited for that one. And then Monday through Friday, we do the political talk show. We cover the commentary. And yeah, man, you know what I mean? Like, truly, man, I'm trying to make this one of the most diversified YouTube channels on different subjects that we could talk about. We could cover the true crime, political stuff, cultural stuff, red pill stuff, dating stuff, whatever it may be, real estate, all that shit, bro. We can cover it here. And that's the goal of this channel, is to give you guys a complete perspective on stuff. And then also, I love the fact that like we are able to, you know, have a chat going on screen and shit like that from the different chats. And, you know, we do Twitter spaces, clan meetings, all that stuff. So it's always very good. And then also shout out to somebody, I forget who it was yesterday. I think it might have been TPC Films. You told me to move the camera a little bit, which I'm going to move it a little bit this way so that like my face doesn't get in the fucking thing with the chat. So, hold on. That should be better, right? Because I'd be having a bad habit of like leaning like this and then I can't do that no more. Yeah, no, I definitely can't do that. Got to sit like this. Let's see here how that looks. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Actually, you know what? I just make the chat smaller too. Or, I know what to do. And I really appreciate that you guys give feedback too. Is that better, chat? Like that? You guys can still read it there? Is that good, chat? Because I like to have it where you guys can see is like a couple of people talking. I think I need to move up more. This way. Hold on, let me make this shit bigger for you guys a little bit. Boom. And then, yeah, I'm moving more this way. Yeah, I think that's better. Actually, should I move it back this way? See, this is a good thing with having you guys here, because then you niggas can help me out with this shit. Yeah, I got to move it the other way. Good catch, yep. Yeah. There we go. I think that's a lot better. I'll move it even a little bit more. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's a lot better, right, chat? There we go. Because even if I lean in now, it's still not, even if I lean, it's not bad. All right. See, that's the beauty of having you guys, right? You guys could fucking, you guys can see the memes behind me on the Council Club shit. Well, I'm moving that shit a little bit over here. Because you niggas be wilding out on there, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You niggas be wilding out in the Council Club chat, bro. It's hilarious, though. So, anyway. So, yeah. You know, I'm just trying to make the experience as good as possible for you guys. But that's the goal. The goal, 500,000 by the end of the year. 10,000 watching live every time. No fucking view bots, none of that bullshit. Chat flying, O/slash all over the place, and we're going to fucking take over. That is the goal. That is the goal for this channel. And I'm going to be consistent Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. every fucking time, baby. Every time. So, the grind is continuing. I've been going consistently now for what, 3 months? We're going on 4 months. So yeah, man. Shout out to you guys, man. I love y'all ninjas, man. Fucking 2 o'clock in the morning and you guys are here. So, anyway. But yeah, stay tuned. Video quality is going to go up soon. We got here, Laritas Damgard says, hey, Myron, have you heard about the human egg farm in Tbilisi? Basically a sex slave farm with 100 plus Thai involved. Happened in early February, but it has no mainstream coverage. No, I didn't hear about that, bro. Human egg farm. Nigga, what? Albo A says, love these live streams. Listen while I'm still working at the moment, going on 15 plus hours. Good stuff to you. Grind don't stop. Shout out to y'all for still going strong despite all the hate. People especially hate on Fresh because it's the popular thing to do. Yeah, bro. Yeah. And then, like I said before, they hate Fresh because he wears the jewelry and he basically does the shit that the Onuha brother niggas do. Which, if you flex, they're going to come at you, bro. Like, that's just what it is. Someone said anti-Semitism in 4K on Twitter. Bro, let's go. I'm here for it. Yeah, you know it. You know it. Racism in 4K. That's what I'm here for, niggas. Jay Rahoga's, Myron, last night Space, they was talking shit when you left, but it was quiet when you was in space. What a bunch of pussies. I'm talking about the JQ radio space. Yeah, bro, they're cowards. Those bitch-ass niggas are cowards, bro. Bro, here's the thing. The reason why people don't say much to me on Twitter is because I be cooking everybody on Twitter. Because I don't, people on Twitter, they're not safe. On YouTube, niggas are kind of safe. I can't cook them as hard as I want to. But on Twitter, bro, I'm coming for your neck on Twitter because they can't censor me on there. TPC Films, you already know when you get that switch, hit me up so you can get that quality 4K all day and streaming smooth. Also, if you need more mods on YouTube, the homie TPC Films 5488. Yo, TPC, do me a favor. Comment right now. Comment right now on YouTube and I'll give you a wrench. Rumble, I don't need the mods so much because Rumble, I'll let y'all niggas go wild on there. But on YouTube, I need it a bit more for obvious reasons. But yeah, go ahead, TPC Films. Just send me a comment right now on YouTube and I'll get you a wrench right now. Which, by the way, shout out to TPC. I'll even give you a Don DeMarco, bro, because, guys, TPC Films is actually a big part of the reason why you guys are able to get crispy settings like this. He helped me with getting the camera, this specific lens and this camera up to par to look and get that cinematic feel. That was the goal here, where it has a little bit of a darker thing. I'm running the ISOs very low on these, by the way, guys. Like, damn near, like, that one I think is like 100 fucking ISO. This one right here is like maybe 200 or 300, and then this one up here is like 100. So I'm running the ISOs very low, letting the lighting do a lot of the work. But that's shout out to TPC Films because I wanted to give you guys a more cinematic look on some of these angles, right? Especially this one over here. So, you know, camera cuts, all that other stuff. So when the new switcher comes in, TPC, I'm definitely going to be connecting with you and talking about it. It cost me a lot of money too, by the way, bro. It's like almost $10,000, this fucking new switcher. But I love y'all niggas. And I invest back into the equipment. I'm not over here buying fucking, you know, nigga shit, going partying or spending on hookers. Nah, man, I invest that money right back in here because you guys support me. So what the fuck do I look like running with that money and doing some bullshit? You know what I mean? Fuck vacations. People ask me all the time, Byron, when are you going to go on vacation? For what? I'm in Miami. I don't need a fucking vacation. Vacations are for pussies. I can't remember the last time I did a fucking vacation. I don't need that shit. So yeah. What else do we got here? But yeah, TPC, I'm comment right now. I'm looking for you on YouTube. I don't see you though. Yeah, I don't see you, nigga. Yeah, you got to comment on YouTube so I can find you. All right. Hummingbird Stutter got removed from JQ today. He was mad at Ian for not removing you when you cooked them. That's funny. Yeah, there's some stutter nigga on the Twitter space was mad yesterday. That's funny. Arc Lightning, W. Myron, thanks for all the content. I appreciate you staying up with us. O/, you know it, baby. O/squad, man. Hey, Myron, the NJ drones are still out every night. I live in NJ. 60 Minutes came out from, with a thing saying that the FAA isn't actually doing research and the government doesn't know what they are. It is likely one of our adversaries. Ocean can't protect us as much as it used to. Any thoughts? I don't know, bro. Yo, Myron, did you see that rapper Yella Beezy got arrested for murder for hire? I did see academics talk about that. I might cover that on Sunday as well. If I got time, how about this, bro? Do me a favor. The Way of Vic. Remind me that you told me about this on Sunday, and if we have time at the end of the Rolling 60s Rico, I'll cover that for you if we got time. Cuban Cowboy says, the space when you got on that hummingbird guy was the most hilarious thing ever. I recorded and sent it to Wire and OSS General. Thank you for the content and effort you do for everyone. Hey, send me that clip, nigga, because I did roast his dumb ass. What they're talking about, guys, is yesterday I was on a Twitter space, and this fucking guy was in there stuttering his ass off, bro. And I just got frustrated. I told him, bro, get this nigga out of here, man. Someone asked, what is O/? Sir, you have much to learn. If you don't know what O/ means, you have much to learn, my friend.
The parameters and how to keep yourself safe as well as your partner, whoever you're engaging that behavior with, safe. But on its surface, without any background or understanding of this lifestyle, you're like, well, you saw the person passed out, they're not responding. How come you didn't immediately rip the bag off and, do all of the normal things one would think of? But again, when you're in the fetish lifestyle, that's not necessarily the reaction one has. So that's kind of the rub.
Yeah, and just thinking of the imagery here, where we're talking about lots of saran wrap, a lot of clinging wrap, as police have.
We're at 1.4K likes, guys. Let's hit 2,000, man. We got 3,300 you guys, no, 3,400 you guys watching right now. 2 in the morning.
Put it a bag over your head. Your fingers are duct tape. Your mouth is duct tape. And while the victim did want this, while these were 2 consenting adults, and we do kind of want to stress that here to our viewers, but what are your just thoughts overall just about kind of the horrific nature and just the way that the victim kind of became unresponsive, again, with the duct tape over his mouth, the plastic bag over his head, saran wrap just all over his body, again, while he did want that to happen. What are your thoughts on just how horrific everything turned?
Well, first off, let's be clear. While he did consent to all of this, when the defendant arrived, he was under the influence of some kind of intoxicant. So again, he was not necessarily thinking and operating clearly in terms of what he was necessarily consenting to.
Yeah, that nigga was horny as hell, man. Pause.
At that moment. And again, it's one of those things where fantasy and reality don't really match up, right? Because he's fantasizing about all these things and what it would feel like, but then the reality means you stop breathing for a prolonged amount of time. And it makes it difficult for someone to rip that amount of duct tape or plastic off in a timely manner to preserve your life. So I think, again, it was a lack of understanding on both of their parts and a lack of really thinking this through in a lot of ways. And it's tragic. It's tragic. Clearly, he's, again, he was somebody who he engaged in this for a good time. I mean, this...
A good time, not a long time, clearly.
Again...
God damn.
This may be strange to many of us, but some people derive pleasure from those sorts of activities, and that's what he was seeking. And unfortunately, it resulted in his demise, which is incredibly tragic for him and all those who knew him and loved him.
Yeah, and I remember actually just watching a TV series called Nip Tuck, if people are familiar with that show, that they kind of had a plot line exactly similar to this case. This is why it's so interesting and kind of fascinating here. You know, when we're talking about the
Requesting new soundbite for soundboard during streams, a smoke detector beep. Why would I want that? Myron, do you think this psycho bitch did that so her OF pops? I'll tell you this, she's probably gonna get popping after this, unfortunately. As sick as that sounds. I know that Courtney Clenny bitch, I think, ran up a bag after she killed her boyfriend.
defense, what do you think that the defense could be for trial? Now, Michaela's...
But knowing OF, they might suspend her account for this shit, actually, chat. They might actually suspend her account for that.
Attorney says that consent might be a mitigating factor, but not a defense. But she called 911.
Somebody said that nigga needed only air. Bro, you guys are assholes in the fucking Couch Club chat, bro.
Performed CPR on him. But what are your thoughts overall on what a trial could look like in defending the client here?
Well, first off, I would want to avoid a trial. Because, again, of the salacious nature of everything we're dealing with, and you're going to have to educate the jury because they can't quite come to a verdict until they fully understand, again, why.
Oh, that's going to be an annoying jury instruction, bro. Holy.
Someone would even want to engage in this. You know, most of us wouldn't willingly want to have our faces duct taped. So you have to kind of get the jury past that initial shock and potential prejudice they may have, being like, well, something must be wrong with you, or you're gross and disgusting, or, you know, that sort of thing. So again, I could see a jury just getting caught up in the tawdry part of it and not really focusing on the law. So that cuts both ways for both the prosecution and the defense. So this is something that needs to be a plea, first and foremost. But if this did go to trial, then again, the defense would have to take that step of educating the jury on the BDSM lifestyle, possibly even calling an expert witness to talk about the norms within that community. You know, and then again, looking at the fact of the action she did take, that once she realized there was a problem, she immediately sprang into action, showing that she had no intention of, you know, harming him in some way. And like I said, the argument can be made for negligence, but I don't see second degree murder in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and just going off of, you know, the whole negligence part here, investigators say that Michaela kept filming content for her OnlyFans page, even while the victim was lying there unresponsive. Do you think it is possible she just didn't realize he was unresponsive and maybe just thought he was just kind of going along with the act? And my second part to that question is, how particularly damaging are those videos that she had turned over to investigators that were found on her phone of her just kind of...
Oh, yeah, she incriminated herself. That's what got her arrested, 100%. She shouldn't have cooperated with the police. I get it. She didn't want to come off as guilty, but, bro, they're not going to do nothing to help you.
Performing. We don't know exactly what she was doing for her OnlyFans, but as far as, you know, filming content while the victim just lay there unresponsive, not knowing just how particularly bad it was at that time.
Well, of course, those videos are going to come across as harsh and uncaring, and obviously can be easily construed to show a state of mind that was just evil intent, right? So you can see, again, if you're taking the BDSM aspect out of it altogether, in a normal set of circumstances, this is textbook second-degree murder, right? Because of the fact that you saw somebody unresponsive, you're filming, you're not rendering aid. I mean, you think of sort of like the suitcase homicide, right? Where, you know, the defendant placed her partner in a suitcase and left him there, and he's begging for his life, and she's like, oh, it's just, you know, hide and seek. This is a very clearly a different circumstance than to what we saw in that case, but that video was what was very telling to show her state of mind at the time. And so I could see the prosecution using that tape to say, listen, she, you know, she had wanton and reckless disregard for his life, and she's...
Yeah, they're absolutely gonna hang her on they're absolutely gonna hang her on the fact that she didn't like render aid quicker.
Filming while he's unresponsive, she's doing things that one could argue was pleasurable to her while someone was dying and that sort of thing. So again, in a vacuum, it could be very damaging. But again, the flip side is...
Nigga said George Floyd Aryan edition. Come on, man. It's David Nero. Josie, send a clip. Okay, cool. I don't know if I can play it on here. I'm on YouTube. If I play that shit with the stutter digger.
She turned those videos over. It wasn't that the police and law enforcement had to get it as a result of a subpoena. She willingly turned everything over, which shows that she clearly had nothing to hide and that she felt awful about what had occurred, because clearly that's not how she intended for the night to end.
Oh, and just this whole case overall, you know, it happened back in the spring of 2023. Why do you think she wasn't arrested, though, until just last month, now 2025?
There could be a number of reasons why. I mean, I think that number one, there could have been hesitancy, again, looking at the entire fact pattern of this. Possibly law enforcement was doing more research into both of their backgrounds to kind of understand who they were and how they got to this point. It's possible that they spoke to other witnesses, maybe not necessarily obviously witness to what happened, but did the victim engage in BDSM type activities before? Was there somebody else who could say, listen, he asked for this specifically and this is how it ended, or something along those lines? So I think there was a lot of investigation that they were doing around the facts in this case and how it came to be. And they came to the decision that, you know, this was second-degree murder.
Yeah, and despite, you know, what the television shows always show, you know, it doesn't happen as quickly all the time when it comes to these types of investigations. And I'm sure even, you know, when it comes to trial, that'll be a little down the line there. Does it come as a shock to you at all that she's being held on no bond in this case? And do you think she should have been given bond? I mean, she's a wife, she's a mom of 3. It doesn't appear that she would necessarily be a flight risk or anything like that.
All right, hold on.
But are you surprised that, given the charge, that she's being held on no bond?
Well, again, in a vacuum, second-degree murder charge in most places is a non-bondable offense. So it is not unusual that because of the charge, she's being held no bond. Now, the unique circumstances underlying this case, to me, would speak to a situation where she should get bond because, again, a judge has to make a decision whether or not the person is a flight risk and whether or not they're a danger to the community. And I don't think it's necessarily been established, again, based on the facts that are publicly available, that she is a danger to the community. Again, this was a unique instance and done at someone else's request. And so I think that's a slightly different circumstance than her just doing this just because, again, contrasting with the suitcase case, right? That kind of mindset. So I'm not shocked based on the charge, but again, if I was her attorney, I would have been arguing for her release based on the fact that she has firm ties to the city. She's clearly has children in school, whatever the case may be. She's built.
Damn, bro. Getting killed by a single mom? That's, bro.
Life. And again, this was a unique set of circumstances, not, you know, I just decided to kill this guy because.
Right. And again, you know, going back to what you had said earlier in our discussion, all about intent, you know, again, her defense attorneys argue she had no intent on killing him or anything like that. But, you know, given the circumstances, you know, you can really see it both ways in this case. And I think that's...
Yeah, cooked. All right, let's go to X. It looks like Tommy Sotomayor is using, has a space. Oh, did he leave? Nigga left? Oh, yeah, I guess he left. All right. Let's see what these guys are talking about with this shit again.
The pure Armenian has blue eyes and like black hair.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. Why did they get mixed in?
Like a Slytherin.
Okay, well, truth, it wasn't the damn Jews. I'll tell you that. It wasn't them. Okay,
Maybe
I know who it was, and it wasn't them.
Combination. You're a scientist. You know how this
Hey,
shit
Jordan.
works. Well, my friends.
This.
Siddharth, I do want to talk about big tech tomorrow, Saturday morning, if you're down.
Sure. Yeah. No problem.
I want to talk about the H200s and AI, if you can.
Yeah, of course. We'll do it. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, Jordan.
right.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Take care. Yeah.
All right, we'll chat soon. Myron, how are you, brother?
Yo, what's up, man? I figured I would just jump in and see what you guys are doing.
Well, that was H-1B, immigration, I guess a little bit of racism, but I mean, I guess. What else is new?
The dot, not the feather.
Exactly.
Oh.
It was it was a bit of a heated debate there for a little bit, but I think cooler heads prevailed.
Yeah.
What have you been up? What have you been up to? I'm here. I'm here. Okay, I actually have a lot of questions for you. I got a lot of fucking questions for you. Holy shit, there's actually a long list. One, I'm still in a chat with my boys, so I got you on that. Number two, first question? What is this I'm hearing that like you're gonna fight DDG for $50,000?
That's not true.
Okay, so that was just a rumor.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is this about Fresh and Sneeko? Is this actually going to happen?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really know 100%, but it sounds like it, yeah.
That's a big event. Are you going to be on the card?
Nah. There's only one person I would box that's a YouTuber, and he's too scared, so.
Who?
Sneeko's too skinny, dog. Sneeko would never box, dude.
Just an FYI, what you don't know about Sneeko, because I know you don't watch his videos every day, just based on that, Sneeko's been in the gym every single day for almost 120 days. So I don't know about that. That I will say. So you should watch his videos if you don't believe that, but he is in the gym every day. He actually like snuck it. If you watch like the first couple episodes, he randomly went to a building, snuck up to a building, and like the security guard just let him in, and he just started working out there, and I guess like the guard thinks he works there or like lives there now, so he's been going every day for like 100 days. It's actually pretty sick. I think he's in Saudi Arabia right now or something.
Yeah, he's he went out there. Yeah, what was I was gonna say something. Yeah, so yeah, the guy that wants to that I would actually box, he's too scared, so it is what it is.
Who is it?
This loser named Abba from Abba and Preach.
Oh, okay, I know he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, honestly, they're not even relevant like that. They're just a commentary channel. They have no presence anywhere else, to be honest with y'all. But
what happened with what happened with Corey? He got the call?
What do you mean?
He got the call. Did he show up?
Corey who?
The guy who was supposed to show up on your show today.
Oh yeah, he got the call. Yeah, he definitely. Yeah. That nigga got the call clearly. Yeah. Colby, you mean Colby Covington, aka Colby Cuckingberg is what I call him now. But yeah, he basically his manager told him, that I'm too controversial not to go on there because of me, basically.
So pretty much because of the Jews.
I'm assuming that, yeah, because he's a MAGA retard. So that's the only thing I could think of that would have him terrified. And it's typically, when it comes to like MAGA retards, you know, Israel's our greatest ally, and Make America Great Again hats and shit like that. Yeah, that's more than likely what I'm willing to bet is that he got scared off by my talks about Israel and shit like that.
Does everybody not know that we just found out that Israel killed our president?
Bro, well, apparently a lot of people are still stupid and don't understand this shit, man. Like, it's crazy. I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it for like a year or two now at this point that JFK was killed by Israel. But now people are finally seeing it. I remember when people called me a conspiracy theorist and shit like that, but now people are seeing it that, we're not just over here talking out our ass. Like, they absolutely were involved in the assassination of a sitting U.S. president.
Did you see the other, I think it's at this point almost 37,000 extra files, including the images that I was telling you about that like you couldn't access online? All of that just got released too, that you have to go see in person, the pictures, everything.
I believe it, dude. I believe it, man. I mean, anyone that still shills for Israel at this point, you can't trust them, bro. You really can't trust them at this point. Anyone that still sits there and, believes in the Israeli state or thinks that they're our greatest ally, they've betrayed us so many different times, and they haven't dealt with a fraction of the consequences that they should be dealing with.
I would agree. What did you talk about on your show today? Because I was literally doing this.
No, what did we do? We just had a call-in show, and then right now I'm actually live right now on stream. I'm on all the platforms right now, Rumble, YouTube, X. But no, I saw that you guys were talking to that Siddharth guy, the Jeet, and he's over here trying to probably talk about why he should be able to get a visa to come here. But
he's already an American citizen now.
Bro, that dude's an American citizen?
Yeah, he's an American citizen, and he got his citizenship quite a while ago, but he's an American now. And realistic, he said that he was he hired, I think out of 81 people, he hired 50 something Americans. So I mean, he's doing the right thing, and I think Boxing, who was here debating him earlier, was stating that, I mean, technically Siddharth isn't shilling like India. He's not. He's saying if you're gonna, he agrees that if you come here, you should assimilate. But the one thing I guess he didn't agree on is that like if somebody's here with birthright, like with birthright citizenships, if they're on an H-1B visa and they have kids here, like they get U.S. citizenship, like based on birthright citizenship. And like even my answer to that is like no, like green card holder, yeah, you can give the kid a green card, but like you shouldn't be able to give him U.S. citizenship. I don't believe in that one.
Yeah, they're trying to actually do away with that right now. So we'll see what happens. I know Trump signed an executive order on it, but a judge blocked it. So we'll see what happens. I heard a little bit of what he was saying. He has a very thick accent, and that's always funny. But bro, as long as he puts on deodorant, man, it is what it is, man. Because those motherfuckers never want to put deodorant on, bro. That's really what it comes down to. Their food always smells bad, and they always stink. So, but anyway, I'm gonna I'll step away. I'll come back into space in a little bit because I'm streaming right now. But I'll definitely hop back in the space if you guys are you guys gonna be on for a little bit?
Probably.
All right, cool. I'll jump back in. I'll jump back in a bit. Later, guys.
Myron, I worked on a Bollywood movie. They didn't smell like they're actually really nice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, don't start.
Yeah, that
Stick
did.
to wire, man.
Yeah, God, with the MP3s, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The funniest thing that dude said, he said, wow, he said, dude, they start cooking and they start staining the walls. That's like, what?
Jordan, I sent you the clip from yesterday.
I don't even want to talk to that, bro. That nigga's a retard. Well, I went to Bollywood and shut up, motherfucker. Shut up. God damn, people are so annoying. Okay. Let's see here. You can listen to the X Space on the page of the person that hosted it. So, like, for example, on that X Space with Jordan, you just click on his page and then you can see it. Let me see here. Normid says, you have to stop going on spaces. You're not welcome. They talk crap when you left. JQ Radio saying you push race mixing, and this is why you're not a thought leader in the space, and you're just a level 1 JQ, and their goal is to take the viewers you bring. Do you really think that they're going to get anybody, bro? They're all Anon accounts, dude. They're literally all Anon accounts, Normid. I'm not worried about them taking my audience because at the end of the day, nobody knows them. They're Anon accounts and they're retards. They don't have the charisma, the ability to command an audience or to be able to run a show. These niggas are all using Anon accounts, bro, and hiding behind a Twitter account. The most that they'll do is run a Twitter space, bro. I'm not worried. And here's the other thing, too. The fact that none of them said anything while I was in the space should tell you everything that you need to know. They're cowards. They're fucking cowards, bro. They shut the fuck up when I went in there because they knew who the boss is. Niggas talk like that after I left, but they didn't say a damn word when I was in there. That should tell you everything you need to know. That should tell you everything you need to know, bro. Who cares what some Anons on Twitter got to say? The Sheepman says, Myron, I sent a previous super chat at 50 and the $100 super chat, but you accidentally skipped it. Can you check? Sheepman, I read I gave you your answer, bro. You didn't see it? I literally answered your question earlier. I answered your question earlier, bro. When it comes to boundaries and women. Sheepman. Okay, Key says, yo, Myron, I'm 20. I got my heart broke at start 2025. A week in, I realized no matter if I'm feeling sorry for myself, whatever makes shit better. Put 10 pounds on in the gym, and since want to thank you for waking me up to the reality and rules of the man in this world. Yeah, bro. Dude, you're 20 years old, which means you're useless to most women, dude. Like, I don't know why you young niggas be trying to be on some lover boy shit, bro. Like, bro, at 20 years old, you are effectively useless to a majority of women. Like, that's the part that really sucks. That no one tells you guys. You are useless to these women. Shit, I'm messaging Angie, see if I can get Frank. Well, let's see here. Hold on one second, guys. I think one of my friends might get swatted. Okay. Bro, they're swatting. Matter of fact, actually, I don't think a lot of you guys heard about this shit. Let's go through this. Let me bring some awareness to you guys. Look at this shit, guys.
Okay, now to this, though. Are Republican lives being threatened? The FBI is now investigating a dangerous rise in swatting incidents on prominent conservative figures. But what exactly is swatting? Well, it's when someone makes a fake 911 call. They call 911, make a fake claim that something is taking place at a residence. Then law enforcement, armed law enforcement, is sent to that individual's address. It results in what amounts to a form of criminal harassment.
Tom Joe says, yo, Myron, your streams are great. Don't even need to have after-hour shows. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. George Floyd, Aryan Edition, David De Niro. Yeah, you guys are assholes, man.
Putting those people's lives, and those officers for that matter, in jeopardy based upon a false call. My next guest is a conservative talk show host here in Texas, and he was swatted in the middle of the night after someone reported a false shooting and hostage situation at his home. It's Joe Pagliarulo. He's the host of the Joe Pag Show, and he joins me now. Joe, great to see you. Thanks for being with us to share this story. We could see I believe, the Ring camera footage from your front door there as officers show up. Tell us what happened that night.
Yeah, it's after 2 o'clock in the morning. Will, thanks for having me on, by the way. After 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm in my office. I'm doing some work. I guess what the bad guy doesn't know is I stay up till 5:30 a.m. Usually get up around 11:30 after that. So it's 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:25, 2:30, whatever it was, and my camera goes off. You have the app on the phone. My phone says there's somebody out there. I'm thinking it's a bug. Here in Texas, you know, we've got plenty of bugs. I'm thinking maybe my wife had to take the dogs out, which would be abnormal, but I took a look at it, and there's that guy, you know, holding clearly an AR-15. I've got an AR-15. That's what it looks like. He's a guy looking through my front door window, and he looks a little bit edgy. I'm going, there's a guy out front. What do I do? And I calculated about 2 million things in about 5 seconds and called 911. Because now I've got to find out if it's the good guys, I've got to be very careful. If it's the bad guys, I got to go out, you know, with my gun and try to protect my family. They were asleep. It turns out it was them. 911 confirmed that the county sheriff is there. We got a 911 call, hostage situation. Dogs have been shot. They're hiding from the bad guy. And the person on the line, I've now heard the scanner traffic since, said they were me. But, Will,
And a big reason why this is so dangerous is because most conservatives are pro-2A, a.k.a. pro-Second Amendment. So most of them are going to think like, oh, am I getting robbed? And they're going to come with a gun, and the cops are going to shoot them. So this is actually very dangerous for conservatives, man. A lot of them are getting swatted.
There's a caveat.
A couple guys from InfoWars, Chase Geiser, Owen Schroyer, who else? A couple other like Twitter users that are conservatives. Some loser named Sean Faresh, who he's a loser. I've been cooking his ass, but you know he got swatted too. He's a MAGA retard.
They said they were me, but didn't say my full name. They said Joe Pags. They didn't say Pagliarulo. As a homeowner, I would use my full name. They also described the house the wrong way, and they were so urgent in getting the police to break down my door and possibly.
Cuban Cowboy said, I have the recording of the Hummingbird and co-host talking crap after you left. Let me know and I'll post it and send it to Josie. Yeah, just send it to Josie and she'll give it. I think Josie sent me a DM with the video. I don't know if I could play it though, Josie, because I'm pretty sure I swore and said some words in there that I probably can't use on YouTube. So
they kill me.
What I'll do is I'll just put the link and let them watch it on Twitter if they want.
In my doorway, they told them, I heard this on the scanner traffic, that he's bleeding out upstairs. Please hurry and get inside. Now, none of that was going on. That's the thing. Not one of those things was happening. My family was peacefully sleeping. I was working in my office. Nothing was going wrong at my house. But this guy, was, wherever he happened to be, was trying to get police to break down the door and possibly either kill.
That's absolutely wild, man. So, hold on.
It really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice.
And it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General in General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to...
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get something a little bit shorter.
Take a look at this from Alpha News. This is, I believe this is Minnesota. Might kill somebody. Conservative writer targeted in swatting incident over the weekend. Quote, we're pulling a dozen officers off the road from patrols to be able to do this. Fake SWAT that might kill somebody. So this is a very serious matter, Dustin Grage said of the incident. You then have this. This is from talkers.com. Talk radio host Joe Pags swatted armed police swarm his home. You've got Larry Taunton. I was swatted last night, as you can see in these 3 videos. I was in bed, but noticed Ranger, my German Shepherd, was on the prowl, ears up. I heed his instincts. I then saw a flicker of light on my BR door. Ranger went to investigate. I got my gun. I saw the silhouette of a man on my deck with an AR-15. Given my recent run-in with USAID and the Egyptian secret police in Cairo, I didn't know what to think. I could hear whispers and saw 2 other men, also in body armor, heavily armed. I turned on a light and told them to identify themselves. They did as you'll see, but I kept my weapon. It de-escalated from there. The officers told me they received a call from someone claiming to be in my home and hiding while I shot people.
That's crazy, bro. Literally, it's almost a death sentence when they do this shit.
These were the good guys, just doing their jobs. I doubt any voted for Biden or Kamala. They'd approached the house without sirens, in silence. This might have been a bloodbath, but for restraint on both sides. This was an attempt to get me and my wife killed. It ended in smiles and handshakes. There's more. Bearded vet. Well, add me to the swatted list. Everybody is fine. And then we have Matt Van Swole. I just got off a long call with the police officer in this photo who responded to a...
Yeah, see, all these guys, like, these are all conservative Twitter handles. Nobody's. No, I never heard of any of these niggas, but they're getting swatted, bro.
Swatting called my home. So we've got, what is that, 5 right there. And I don't even think this list is exhaustive. There's probably more.
Yep.
This is terror and attempts to murder people.
Yeah.
With what we're seeing in the Tesla dealerships.
They're far more likely to have a gun, conservatives.
What is this one? Is this the Daily Mail story? Woke activists attempt to torch Tesla chargers, ends in painful agony. He set himself on fire. They're going after these people. Right now, they are still targeting Teslas and Tesla dealerships. There's a post on Reddit of a Tesla vehicle, a sticker saying, we bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
I saw one of those in the parking lot.
And they said people are trying to distance themselves from Elon. No, they're trying to beg you not to murder them. Anybody who spent any time in Oakland knows exactly what businesses in Oakland do. They put signs in their windows saying, please don't hurt us. We saw this during the Summer of Love. That's how you live when you live under a communist dictatorship. This is what they are escalating with. And I don't believe that Cash, Pam, or Dan Bongino are going to back down and let these people keep doing this. But if these people start getting arrested, and we are looking at a critical mess, I mean, how many people have attacked Tesla vehicles? We have viral videos of
Yeah, that's wild. That's a whole other thing, too. We got these fucking retards, these liberals, going in and destroying Teslas. Look, bro, you don't like Elon Musk? Fine. You don't like Tesla? Fine. You don't like SpaceX? Fine. But I'll never understand how people think it's okay to just go to someone's Tesla that they purchased, that's their personal property, and just destroy it. Makes zero fucking sense, man. Absolutely zero sense. And that's what I mean when I say liberals can get away with violence. As you guys know, earlier in the call-in show, dumbass BLM supporter, oh, well, Myron, why is BLM a terrorist organization? I literally give him the FBI definition of a domestic terrorist organization. That is what BLM is. They destroy major cities all across the United States during the George Floyd protests, whether it was LA, Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, etc. They're rioting going crazy. So yes, by definition, that makes them a BLM a domestic terrorist organization. Now, is every BLM chapter a terrorist organization? No, but there are members that absolutely fit the mold and the criteria, and some of these chapters absolutely fall into that lane. But that's what I mean when I say liberal, violent organizations like Antifa and BLM get away with doing all kinds of crazy shit. But anyone else, bro, jail immediately. Look at the January 6ers. They arrested every single one of them, some of them even for just misdemeanors. But they went after all the January 6ers. Why? Because if you're a conservative and you're violent, they're going after you. But if you're a fucking liberal and you're violent, well, you know, whatever. Right? So, that's just what it is. Hell, even some of these Palestinian protesters going crazy. A lot of them weren't arrested. So when people sit there and say, you know, liberals are, you know, practice more tolerance, the answer is a profound fucking no. They don't exercise more tolerance. They're supposed to be the more tolerant party, but the reality is they're not tolerant of conservatives. They're not tolerant of other viewpoints. And as a matter of fact, if you have any type of conservative values, they look at you as beneath them and they think it's okay for them to assault you and your property, which is what's been going on with the swatting, with them destroying Teslas, with them destroying property. And they've been doing it now for 5 years with fucking impunity. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They look at it like, we can't control our feelings. We're going to destroy a city and we shouldn't go to jail. And the police are too pussy to do anything about it. In Minneapolis, I'll never forget, Stu Peters literally told me he was there when George Floyd died. He was helping secure the perimeter for Minneapolis, the police department. They needed all the fucking help that they can get. You know what happened, guys? The next day, after the riots, he went to the police station with other members of his fugitive apprehension force, right? Because Stu Peters used to go and get, used to basically be a bounty hunter for a bail bondsman, right? Go get these guys when they skip bond or whatever. So, you guys remember, Minneapolis pretty much was under fire, so the police needed all the help they can get. He went to the police station with his guys to help keep the station safe. Bro, National Guard came in, and he told me himself, they could not put ammunition in their rifles. They were there only as a visual deterrent. Dumbass Tim Waltz didn't want any of the National Guard guys to actually have ammunition in their firearms. And the rioters knew this. That's why they went so crazy. Because I guess the story broke out that the National Guard guys didn't actually have real live ammunition in their rifles. So the rioters went crazy and they destroyed the city. And then the cops were told to not apprehend anyone and just to pretty much stay in place. That is why the city of Minneapolis burned down. And Stu Peters told me that firsthand. That was the mandate that they got. So bitch-ass Tim Waltz told the National Guard to stand down. The police chief of Minneapolis told them to stand down. Pussy. Absolute pussy. But that's my point. They destroyed the city of Minneapolis because law enforcement and other organizations tend to be scared when going after these radical, left-wing, violent fucking organizations. And that's what they are. They're fucking terrorists. BLM, Antifa, all of them. Piece of shit, violent organizations. And for the Palestine protesters, you guys too. Look, I get it. Israel's fucked. Apartheid state. Innocent people are dying in Gaza. But you're not going to help by destroying property all across New York or raiding fucking student faculty rooms and destroying property. It's just not going to do nothing for you. It's just going to make you look like a fucking dumbass. Okay? That is not how you win the fight. But this is what the liberals do. They destroy property and think it's okay.
And an old guy keying a Tesla, getting arrested, or of another guy getting arrested. It's a standalone complex. It is a cultural phenomenon among woke to just start doing these things. And at the same time, they're going on TikTok, they are going on X, and they are posting videos calling for the assassination of politicians. And they have prominent celebrities like Bill Burr saying free Luigi. They're all cheering on Luigi, and then Bill Burr actually goes on his
That is true. They literally are celebrating Luigi Mangione. You guys remember the dude that fucking decided to go ahead and shoot the dude? In the back? In New York City? People celebrating him.
His podcast to his millions of followers, however many watch his show.
The left loves violence, bro. They fucking love it. Matter of fact, funny story for you guys. I was at the RNC. I was there with Elijah Schaefer. We're walking around where it's in, it was this year. The RNC was at, oh my God. Milwaukee. The RNC this year. It was late last year. It was at Milwaukee. I was there with Elijah Schaefer, right? And there was dudes there, radical left-wing motherfuckers, with signs saying R.I.P. Matthew Crooks. For those of you that forgot already, Matthew Crooks was the guy that tried to kill Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania in July. Literally like earlier that, and it was like 2 weeks after the fact. They're over there like praising Matthew Crooks and over there just to like, you know, try to start a fight. That's what these assholes do, man.
And he says he wants lethal force against billionaires. I don't. This is the hottest I've ever seen it in this country. The hottest. We are in winter still. It is not spring. Spring's coming. Over the past 10 years, tracking and reporting on these riots and protest movements, we never went out in the winter. You never went out in the cold. The activists don't show up in the cold.
Norman asked, what happens if you get swatted and you accidentally shoot a cop thinking it's a robbery? Will you be held responsible? That's a good question. What's probably going to happen is they're gonna have to see if it passes the reasonable use of force test.
Now you got people going out in the cold to set fires and burn down dealerships.
Can they charge swatters with attempted murder? Probably, yeah. Arc Lightning, why didn't the insurance company sue for the orders to allow damages during protests? Seems like no ammo to the guard and police can't arrest is an attack on insurance companies. Yeah, you can make that argument. I'm sure a lot of them did. Whatever happened to Epstein Phase 2 release? Yeah, I know. PamBondly is stupid, bro. Fucking have a strong disdain and loathe against Indians. They stink, they smell. Oh my God, this nigga, bro. Young nigga, you about to, I'm on YouTube, nigga, you about to get me in trouble. That's it. We're comedians, guys. For YouTube, we're comedians. It's all a joke. Right? Was that what Mo says? We're comedians? Yeah, your boy Lem is a comedian. This nigga, bro. Your boy Lem, I agree though, nigga. I don't think Chinese are idiots though. They're pretty smart, but they be scamming.
And firebomb buildings. This is the worst I've seen in my life.
Yeah, and especially the normalization. I'm surprised you didn't bring up the threat from Hassan Piker towards Rick Scott, where he said if you cared about this fraud, you'd do that too.
Yep. He got a ban for a day and was allowed back on. I guarantee y'all, if any conservative said that shit on Twitch, cooked, bro. RIP account, nigga. If I had said that shit, done. Hassan says that shit, don't matter.
To Rick Scott.
Right.
And he was banned off Twitch for a week, and I think he got
not even 24 hours, bro.
Back on immediately. No politicians are really coming out to condemn him. AOC, I believe, had a stream with this guy in the past. She has nothing to say about this.
No, she met with him yesterday. She literally, her and Bernie Sanders met with this nigga yesterday, bro. I'll get the picture for y'all. Matter of fact, let me see here. I'm almost certain she met with this nigga yesterday, bro. Look, hold on. AOC, Bernie. I saw a picture yesterday of this shit. How about this? Boom. Hey, I don't mess, niggas. What does that look like? There she is, meeting with him, Bernie. Right there. So, there's your answer right there, ninjas.
So
CNN had him on. He's been all over the place.
The willingness to overlook this stuff, especially when they have a microscope to anything going wrong on the right. This issue, this swatting issue, needs to be taken extremely seriously. I feel like this has been going on for over a decade. I don't know if the FBI or whoever is not taking this issue seriously. I feel like until somebody dies,
someone's already died from swatting.
From swatting,
I'm pretty sure a handful of people have.
Wow.
I don't know about that, Tim. I don't think anyone died yet as of this recent swatting, unless you're talking about times past. I don't think any of the like this wave of swatting that's been happening the past month. I don't think any of that's happened yet. I don't think anybody died.
Nothing's been politically motivated. It's all like gaming or some kind of
right. There's a gaming dispute where the guy walked out of his house and the cops shot him. I have never seen so many political swattings at once. This is in the span of like 3 days.
Yeah, this is wild. It's been like 10 of them plus that have been swatted.
We have like 8 or 9 swattings.
Yeah. And not to mention, this also affects the people with the least amount of assets. If you're rich enough to be able to afford security, or guess what, Fox News doesn't have to deal with swattings because they work in a prominent building where you have security at their entrance. So this isn't happening to Daily Wire, or if it is, they have ways to deal with it where that makes them more safe. If you're some guy on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube with under 100,000 subscribers, you know, out in some random state, some random town.
2 known deaths related to swattings. Andrew Finch in Wichita, Kansas. He was shot and killed by police responding to a false report. And Mark Herring in 2020 suffered a fatal heart attack when police arrived at his home due to a false report. Because they were trying to steal his Twitter handle.
Jeez, that's right. Yeah, it's sad that death is what brings so much attention to a lot of these issues, and I hope something could happen before we get to that point on issues like this.
I think this
this swatting shit
this
is wild,
trend de
bro.
Aragua with deportation.
I'm probably gonna get swatted at some point, bro. Somebody's already tried sending pizzas here, so yeah, bro. We'll see what happens.
Thing is one of the hottest escalations in politics, combined with the things on the ground. I don't know if people understand the seriousness of a lower court judge and Democrat-aligned organizations trying to assert power over the presidency. How insane that is. This lower court judge saying my equitable powers. They view themselves as above the duly elected president. What do you think a person who believes that is capable of doing?
What's a lower court judge? Like federal or less? What are you talking about?
This is a federal district court judge.
Okay.
And then there's the higher courts. There's the federal appellate judge. This is the Supreme Court.
Okay.
So this is a city judge, effectively. He's a federal judge, but he's just in the city, dealing with federal issues, arguing that he has the power over foreign policy decisions made by the President of the United States. And he's in court, and they're saying he's yelling at people and demanding they heed his oral orders. It's not the first time a judge has done this. Look at what Democrats were doing with trying to put Trump in prison. Look at what happened with the 2 attempts on Trump's life. Guys, we now have we have acts of terror against all these Tesla dealerships escalating. It's not slowing down, even with law enforcement. We have swattings, which is terrorism. It's got an extremely low likelihood of death, but that is the intention. At the very least, it's to terrify you and make it hard.
FitxFearless got swatted? No way. No way, bro.
For you to do any work. They are escalating their attacks against people on the right while actively going on social media and advocating for assassinations and murder. Bill Burr, he should, it's crazy. He didn't, saying that he believes a group of people should be, killed is shocking. And 10 years ago, Spotify, Apple, wherever his podcast was, they'd take him down. They'd have been like, my guy, you cannot do that. They don't, nope.
He was on live and got swatted? What the fuck? Let me look. What the fuck? Is there no sound? Oh, what the fuck?
FitxFearless got swatted while live on stream. And every time I see a clip of someone getting swatted, I've seen it happen to Aiden Ross multiple times, I've seen it happen to FouseyTube, and a bunch of other creators, or like, you get what I'm saying, guys who are famous or whatever.
Bruh. That's wild, man.
Click the link in the chat and come and join. Yo.
That's crazy, bro. I'm glad he's okay, man. Fucking ridiculous.
Nobody cares anymore. The gloves are off. I was surprised to find that when Bill Burr said this, he got no bans.
Nothing happened.
I was like, I work in this industry. I know people at Spotify. We went to their party in D.C. I could not believe, as far as I know right now, Bill Burr went on his show and he said that these people should be put down. He called for them to die. Nothing.
He's been making a lot of these comments. I think he said something about Luigi.
It's free Luigi twice.
Luigi twice.
Yep.
He's getting radical. He's radicalized.
Again, some of the most unpopular positions writ large in the country, by the way. I know some people like to be loudmouths about this, yapping on Twitter about free Luigi this, free Luigi that. Ordinary, regular, normal, healthy people, mentally stable people don't believe that CEOs should be murdered in cold blood. Healthcare CEOs, pharmacy CEOs.
Humans in general shouldn't be. What? Humans in general. They don't think people should just go around there shooting people.
Yes.
If you have a rational brain, you're not
there's
looking for,
it's just hatred.
Yeah.
They represent nothing. They agree on nothing. They simply agree on the power structure.
1.5K likes, guys, but we got 2,000 y'all ninjas in here, man. Like the video, man. We should be at 2,000 likes.
The only thing the left represents right now is, quote, there is no truth but power, end quote. So if you are a leftist and you've got 50,000 followers, you defer to the bigger accounts that tell you what to do. It doesn't matter what they tell you to do. It just matters that they're prominent. If AOC came out and said something, they'd all march in lockstep, unless it was so far outside. But as long as she stays in the confines of wokeness, they'll agree with her because she's prominent.
If you look at the consistency of the leftists as well, is they go off like what the feminists did to popularize their belief, which is standpoint theory, right? So we're not going to tell history through an objective lens. We're going to tell it through the lens of the oppressed person, right? And what's interesting about that is the best way to do that is by killing the patriarchy. So destroying the man that is the head of the household. If you can do that, if you can feminize the little man that's coming from the father, then you can essentially do everything else, because now women are interchangeable widgets with the man, and they also have the same level of power, which is what they're kind of doing with Trump now. Is we remove the masculinity, we remove the patriarchy, which is toxic for us, and we put in place something else.
What's that something else?
Well, they have nothing but their first step.
I think of the left as fire. With the right components, it will burn, and it will spread, and it will consume, and it will destroy, but it does nothing else.
What they're talking about nowadays is either climate change and or LGBTQ rights. That's like their only.
Not climate change anymore.
Well, kind of a little bit, or Palestine.
Abortion.
Yeah, I think climate change as an issue doesn't work for them anymore because they're torching electric vehicles.
Yeah.
Well, you know what else is funny? It's a contradiction right there, right? So they say LGBTQ rights. You ask them why. Well, because people would need to do a specific action right now for the short term to keep them in the long term. But with climate change, it's we remove all duties from, or we implement a lot of duties short term, so long term our kids can have a great life. So they do the opposite. They say we don't need duties, but then we need duties.
But they would make the argument that the reason that they're torching Teslas and stuff is because it's fighting fascism.
Yeah.
So like it's like, well, you know, we have to fight the fascists because if the fascists get in charge, or the fascists are in charge, so we have to fight.
Yeah, this swatting shit is retarded. Bro, look at this shit. Hold on, I gotta show y'all something funny, bro. I just commented on this shit. Two things. Oh, by the way, guys, we had 260,000 followers on X, man. We're cooking, chat. We're over 250,000 of the way there to 1 million on X. I want to hit 500,000 on X and 500,000 on YouTube. But yeah, bro, this shit is so fucking stupid, man. Instagram banned me again for like the 10th time, bro. Fuck Instagram, fuck Meta, and fuck Mark Zuckerberg, man. So fucking stupid. But look at this shit, bro. Yo, I've seen so many of these kinds of videos, bro. Bro, we are cooked. If niggas keep posting such shit like this, someone goes, bro recorded. Oh. Bro recorded himself taking a shower and buying groceries. But I can't. Bro, what is this nigga doing, bro? This is such a cringe trend. Look at this shit. Took me for Spider-Man. What is this nigga wearing? First of all, what is this? The homeless? The homeless fucking fit? Superman. Anyway, he has the stupid music playing. And look, nigga, bro, you know how much of a pain in the ass? I know he's got to set up a tripod to get all these shots. So nigga setting up the tripod to get flowers, blueberries, fruit shit. Like, nigga, what is this? This is some woman shit. Bruh. Bruh. Yo, this is so cringe, bro. This is so cringe. Why do niggas gotta do this, man? Had to get a clip of him praying before he eats. Of course. Bruh. Niggas got too much free time. Yo, if you're doing this, you got too much free time, bro. Nigga bought flowers for himself. Bro, nigga bought flowers for himself. I thought it was for a bitch all this time.
This girl took me for Spider-Man.
He's cutting the roses. Bro. What the fuck, man? Yeah, nigga doing this shit for girls 100%. But goddamn, look at this. Look at this. This is the first thing he does. Nigga record himself shout. Bro, come on, man. Bro, this is the problem, man, with these niggas, man. Just sus, man. Just sus all over the place, man. All right, here's another thing that I commented on that I thought was funny. Look at this shit. Tommy Sotomayor cooking.
The actress who's now 40 sitcom star.
Look at this, man. Bro. So he goes, man, this is R43. These white women age like flies. LOL, check out here looking like she trying out for the role of Skeletor in the live version of He-Man. She got more bones than Temperance. Only a few y'all get the joke, but shout it out if you do. Right? So, and then I commented here, right? The Wall's undefeated and white women hit it harder and faster, hit it faster and harder than any other group. Let's see this shit. Bro, this chick cooked.
This naughty sitcom
Hold on. I already know you niggas are gonna complain.
star looked unrecognizable as she hit the red carpet. Can you tell who
hit the red carpet? You mean hit the fucking wall, bro? This shit cooked. Cubba Joe says, what did you expect? He listens to Drake. Yeah, you right. You right. You right, bro. And that's what I'm trying to say, bro. Drake has ushered in an era of niggas like that. Look, I know a lot of you guys like Drake. I know you guys, a lot of you guys think his music is great, whatever. Fine. But the one thing you can't take away is I'm telling y'all, bro, Drake has ushered in an era of sus motherfuckers like that. And here's the thing, it's my generation. It's the niggas in their 20s and their 30s that be on this sus shit. And they listen to Drake.
who it is. The actress, who's now 43, attended the premiere of Netflix series The Residents 15 years after appearing in Scrubs.
Wow, this is in 2011.
Have you figured out who it is yet? It's Eliza Coupe, who starred in the last 2 seasons of the hit US sitcom in 2009.
Bro. Cooked, man. Absolutely.
And 2010, where she played Denise Jo Mahoney, an intern turned resident at Sacred Heart Hospital. Her character won over fans with her witty and outspoken nature. Eliza looked
Man. Terrible. Oh, Nick's in here? Nick's people are in here? Shout out to all you niggas, man. Welcome, motherfuckers. The Groypers and the OSS unite. The Groypers and the OSS unites. Welcome to the stream, niggas. Even though I know a lot of y'all are probably white. But welcome to the stream, motherfuckers. We are here to make fun of these old bitches. Groypers in this bitch. Shout out to you guys, man. Welcome, 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 man. Welcome to the stream, guys. Shout out to all my Groypers. You guys already know I love you motherfuckers, too. We got the OSS and the Groypers together. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. We make fun of them boys together. Yo, we need to make America. Since we got the Groypers in here. Bro, we need to make America a country 110, baby. That's what we need to do. We need to make America 110. And you guys know what I'm talking about in here. The real ones know what I'm talking about. Shout out to you guys, man. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to the Groyper. Shout out to all you guys. Love you, ninjas. The OSS squad and the Groypers unite. It's a beautiful match. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. You guys already know we support y'all. We support America first. Because in this fight against those boys, and you guys know who exactly I'm talking about, we need all the help we can get, bro. We need to all become very powerful, get an enormous amount of influence, and wake up America to the fucking problems we got. I'm telling you guys. People are slowly waking up, man. And we're the fucking alarm clock. Guys like me, guys like Nick, guys like Candace Owens, guys like Dan Bilzerian, guys like Jake Shields, Sheikh Suleiman, etc. We're slowly waking up the masses, man. We're slowly waking up the masses. So welcome to the stream, guys. Happy to have you. We're here live on Rumble, YouTube, and YouTube, Rumble, and X. Got about, between all the different platforms, probably around 4,000 watching live at 3 o'clock in the morning. So welcome, guys. Welcome, man. You guys already know we support Nick heavy over here and the Groypers. Love you guys. But we're in the middle of making fun of this old bitch.
Very different from her time on the show, as she walked the red carpet in a plunging dress and a pair of black knee-high boots with her tattoos on display. Eliza has now landed a role in mystery drama series The Residents. She plays Marjorie Bay Bix in the series, based on the White House staff residence and the lives that the workers share with the first family.
Yeah, bro, she looks like absolute shit, man. God damn, bro. These old women, they just can't compete, man. They simply cannot compete. Can we get a show with Harry Sisson on Womanizer Wednesday? He could teach us the soy boy feminist wrist game, bro. Man, that shit is funny, dude. Because Harry Sisson, he's literally, oh, you know what? Let me find the video. Because I think he responded and he said, bros will be bros. He said some dumb shit like that. And they're dragging him for it. Harry Sisson, what is it? Bros will be bros or some shit like that. Or boys will be boys, I think he said. And all the soy boys are all fucking pissed off. The comment section. Bro, nobody watches this bitch no more, man. They want Brett Cooper. They don't want this girl.
At TikTok influencer Harry Sisson.
And I just want to remind everybody, especially the Republicans, that Gen Z and the Democrats are going to make sure that Biden gets a second term and we hold on to this building in 2024.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Shut up, nigga. I'm not going to watch that bitch. Bro, her, Brett Cooper, they're all retards. Bro, 99% of these female commentators are fucking retards, bro. Let's see here. Let's see. Is it? I don't care about the allegations. I want his response. Where's his response? Where is this shit? No, I think I reacted to. Oh, Hassan responded to this? Let's see what bitch ass Assad says.
You're not like, oh, well, this person one child, they're not. But once you have 3 children, you're definitely a pedophile. What are you talking about? No, pedophilia is pedophilia. There's a difference between predatory behavior and being a douchebag. If you didn't harm these people, and the number one harm he caused was like hurt feelings.
Yeah, dumbass Dean Withers actually sent. He distanced himself from Harry after this shit. So let's see how Hassan responds to this shit.
Here's the Harry Sisson drama, which is so weird because like. As far as I understand, like he was just a scumbag, but not like, he wasn't like, what do you call it? He wasn't like doing something that was like abusive or whatever. He was just being
How much y'all want to bet? If it was me that did that shit to these bitches, you would be calling me abusive.
a bit of a, what they would call a playboy, unless there's more that I didn't understand from the story. And as you guys know, I'm not a big fan of Harry Sisson by any means, right? But it is pretty funny that like the Republicans are losing their minds over it. Like this is
we're laughing. We're laughing. I think this shit is hilarious. I'm glad that he's a womanizer. Fuck these hoes.
Republican state delegate being like, Harry Sisson invoked a lot of trauma against like a lot of people by lying to them and making them think that they were singularly dating him or something. And then I looked at the replies, and all the Republican men are just like, "The fuck are you talking about? Wait, Harry Sisson is not gay?" That was
that is kind of funny. Everybody did think he was gay.
Damn, I kind of like him now. That's what they were saying. But yeah, this is, I know exactly what post you were gonna say. Yeah, this is the funniest thing that came out of the drama. But yeah, this reminds me. Harry was talking about you here. God, that ass is fat. He was.
Yo, our chat is way more lit than his chat, bro. Hassan's chat is a bunch of fucking women and liberals.
I sent him an ass pic.
I don't even have the Castle Club chat in here. If I had the Castle Club chat, you guys would be seeing nothing but swastikas, man.
I'm one of the wronged party.
I can't put this Castle Club chat because they wall out in there, man.
He's here. Yeah, he's yeah.
Oh, shout out to my boy. Holy, where is he at? CalvinBondly. Shout out to you, Calvin. Fucking always showing love, man. Shout out to you, man. He goes, "Hey everyone, let's talk about supporting Myron. This guy pours his heart into his streams, bringing real value to all of us watching. It's honestly frustrating to see other streamers raking in millions every month while adding nothing meaningful to society. Meanwhile, Myron's out here making a difference, showing some love by donating in the least we can. Do appreciate his hard work. Every little bit helps, so don't hold back. Stop being cheap and drop a donation and keep him going strong." Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that, Calvin. I give you a double down to Marco. Because you always be rocking with me, bro, supporting me in the spaces, supporting me here. Thank you so much, bro. And you're a very successful guy. You're killing it out there in California. This dude's like a multimillionaire, guys. This dude is like really, he out here living that life, man. This is someone you want to be like. So, Calvin, thank you so much for that, bro. Thank you very much, man. It's great to have like successful guys that like are about their shit out here supporting and, you know, leading from the front, man. So this is definitely not a parasocial weirdo. This guy is actually killing it in real life, living that life in LA, multimillionaire, very successful, you know, gets the hoes, all that shit. Understand? He's J-pilled. So, hey man, that's what it's about, man. Thank you so much, Calvin. Night Star, $5, appreciate that. Your boy Lem, if Michael Jackson was resurrected through necromastery, it would be her. Facts. Damn, I actually liked her. Now she's a Lisa corpse. I know, bro. Bruce Lee says, damn, it's 3 a.m. in the morning, wake up and I need to pee. Mine's still streaming on my phone, making fun of old women and soy boys. You know it, nigga. Let's go. We making fun of these old bitches. We making fun of these dreidel spinners. We make fun of these fucking Indians that stink. We make fun of everybody over here. Let's fucking go. We make fun of the blacks. Y'all know what time it is, man. O/squad, bro. Let's see here. What else do we got here? Yeah, again, thank you, Calvin, for that, bro. I'm gonna give you a triple DeMarco because you actually are really one of the homies. Next time I'm in California, I'm gonna hit you up, bro. The last time I was in LA, I did the no jumper interview. I got the fuck out of there, bro. I do not like LA, dude. And you know this. Me and you talked about it. I hate Los Angeles, bro, with a passion. Absolutely hate it. Which is good. Which actually, you know what? You know why I hate LA so much, guys? Because here's the reality with LA. If you're a nigga in LA, they're gonna try to extort you. All right? The way it works in LA is if you don't know somebody, you either gotta have security or you gotta get vetted, basically have like a gang member vouch for you, right? Otherwise, like you kind of open yourself up to liabilities. That's how LA works. It's all gang politics. It's a gang-run city, right? Now, this is especially with black people. Now, if you're Hispanic or you're some other shit, fine. Not that big of a deal. But if you're a nigga, right, like we are, they're gonna try to tax you. You know, even me. You know, I'm an honorary member of the clan and they still try to tax me. I'm like, bro, I'm not one of y'all, right? I guess I'm one of them when it matters, right? When they can fucking extort me. But the point I'm trying to make is, LA, if you're black, and anyone in the chat, you guys know this for a fact. If you're in LA and you're an entertainer, and you're not linked up with some people, or have security, you're cooked. So, whenever I'm there, I do what I gotta do, and I get the fuck out of there. I don't check in with nobody. I just go in quick, stay at a hotel, never stay at an Airbnb, get the fuck up out of there as soon as I can. But what I wanted to say was, I'm going to be talking about this in the Fed Reacts episode on Sunday. I'm going to be talking about Big U and the Rolling 60s Crips, how a bunch of them got indicted on a RICO charge, and a part of the RICO charge is actually read through the criminal complaint. I've told you, man, I'm always studying for you motherfuckers, man. I'm always trying to become a better commentator. When we go over that FBI affidavit for Big U and all these other Crips that got indicted, a big part of their indictment actually is this check-in bullshit. So you guys are going to kind of get a little bit of gang politics in that, where the whole check-in process is literally one of the ways that they extort. But stupid ass niggas think that it's smart to make people check in, talk about that shit on camera, and accept money as if people aren't documenting that shit and going to the police. So I'm glad that these pieces of scumbags are going to jail for this shit. And honestly, I hope they arrest all these fucking gang members out of LA because they've made the city damn near uninhabitable. And you drive away tourists because anyone that goes there has to worry about all this fucking gang politics shit, right? They killed Pop Smoke for this shit. They've killed Biggie for this shit. A lot of rappers have gotten robbed, attacked, etc. in Los Angeles. Entertainers in general get attacked and robbed when they're in LA because it's run by fucking gangs. So I'm hoping the FBI picks up the rest of these pieces of shit and puts them all in fucking jail. Because at the end of the day, these niggas are stupid primates and deserve to be in fucking prison for a very long time. So you guys are going to see when we do the RICO breakdown on Sunday, that this check-in process is actually something that a lot of these gangs incorporate in LA, and they ended up getting charged for because, as you guys know, when it comes to racketeering, you need to establish, step one, that it's a criminal enterprise, step two, that they commit criminal activities on behalf of the enterprise, and then step three, that they use violence, intimidation tactics, drug trafficking, extortion, and other, violent crime to assert their dominance for their gang, which all these stupid-ass niggas ended up doing. So we're going to break that down on Sunday, guys. But yeah, Calvin, that's why I hate LA, bro. But thank you so much for that support, though. Joey Montana, watch the Nicole show. The reason why these guys hate you so much is because they actually love you. The fact that they hang on to every word you and Fresh say, you guys really are the fathers they never had. Yeah, we got a lot of haters, bro. It is what it is, man. Yo, Myron, are you boxing DDG as Frex boxing Sneeko? People are saying, no, nigga, no, bro. Come on, man. How are you a Castle Club member and you don't know? I'm not boxing DDG, guys. DDG is literally 150 pounds, bro. He's like, I'm not kidding around, guys. He's probably about 5'6", 5'7", and like 150, 160 pounds. He's a little nigga, bro. Like, I'm not gonna box him. I'm not. Number one, it's not fair. Number two, it makes no sense. So let's keep going on with Hassan Lababi.
The 20-year-old TikTok influencer Zoomer was talking to multiple women and like getting nudes from multiple women, who then basically figured out a 23-year-old white guy's flirting with multiple women on Snapchat. Welcome back 2016. Yeah. Basically, here, I'll just read it. Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the woman...
That bro ran that nice guy game.
Discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. A request to the reader: set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers.
Nightstar said, bro, these criminal niggas are useless to society. I agree, bro. They are useless to society. Fuck them, man. I'm telling you, guys, like, I fucking hate criminals, man. I really do, bro.
Thread here. And then, like, several of the women involved have made their stances public, but the videos are not receiving much traction, while Harry Sisson continues to collect millions of views for his videos, claiming that he's a supporter of women and a champion of women's rights. Yeah, I think the only part about this is, did he leak the photos? No, not as far as I understand. He did not leak the photos. We don't know if he like ever even showed the photos to another person. This is entirely just like people being upset that he, as a 20-year-old TikToker, was talking to multiple women at the same time. I feel like this is another like West Elm Caleb style situation where everybody got like really mad at West Elm Caleb for ghosting a woman or something, right? What was the West Elm Caleb story? And then people were like doxing him and shit. But overall, it doesn't seem like it was. Stop sending me this thing. God damn it, I can't escape this.
W. Myron, my brain power as I work every day here in Australia. Don't ever stop the movement. I got you, bro. The O/ Squad, guys, is international. Thankfully, our mindset unites all of us, regardless of country, nationality, skin color, or border. The mindset.
Yeah, overall, it just seems like he was horny, and that's it. Like he's been charged with being horny, and also saying that he wasn't talking to multiple women, instead of I guess saying that he was talking to multiple women. And but I don't know. Has he even said anything about that? Has he even said read the Snapchat message on the top tweet? I do raw after wine tasting. Damn, you're sexy. Push stop. Don't. I do raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. Yo, they don't want to have white boys with swag no more. Bro, his game is
Yeah, look at how he's laughing at this. But if I had said that shit, I guarantee you he would have been mad, bro.
NPR, dude. How is that possible? What is happening here? He hit the NPR. Amazing. IQ raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. I gotta get Harry Sisson on Chad Vice, I think. He's gonna teach me.
See, Hassan be doing the same shit. That nigga trying to cap, make it look like he don't do this shit too. Oh, Dean Withers didn't want to say none. Let me ask. Hold on, bruh.
Could
bro. I'm trying to find this fucking. All right, you know what? Yeah, because I think the white dudes for Kamala are done. And Dean Withers is a pussy. I should show the DMs of how much this nigga's a coward, bro. Yeah, this girl, fucking retard, man. Emily Saves America is a fucking retard. Holy shit, bro. Literally embarrassed all of us, dude. Because he did respond, man. I'm trying to find it. Huh. Okay, so
folks, you gotta see
this nigga uploaded the video. Let's go straight to the comments. Let's see what they gotta say about this nigga, man.
this. Anti-Trump protests have been breaking out all over the country and quite frankly all over the world, and one just took place on Georgia State's campus today, and as you can see in the video I'm about to show you, it is hilarious. There's someone driving a motorized chair, and behind them there are two people crawling on the floor, one wearing a Trump mask, one wearing an Elon Musk mask, and as you can see on both sides of this protest there are people filming, laughing, and enjoying themselves. Now there is copyrighted music over the video, so we'll just talk about it really briefly, but just look at this. As you can see, the Trump mask person is on the right side and the Elon Musk person is on the left side, and they're crawling on the floor, and they have QR codes that people can scan that are anti-Trump and anti-Musk. Is this not just like one of the craziest protests you've seen in...
Bruh, college campuses are not real. Like, look, man. Let me explain something to you guys. College campuses are not real life. College students don't live in reality. A lot of college students are retards. How do I know this? I'll tell you. I went to one of the best schools in the country with a low acceptance rate in Boston, Massachusetts. One of the most, pretty much, most college student-infested cities in the United States. Okay? Literally, it's saturated with universities everywhere. We got Boston College, Boston University, Northeastern University, Harvard, MIT, Suffolk, just to name a few. Okay? Tufts is there. A million schools between Boston and Cambridge and Somerville in that little range, in that area. And Cambridge is just right across the bridge from Boston. Take the MIT bridge or the Red Line bridge and you'll be fine. You get right there into Cambridge, right there. Okay? Now, why do I say this? I say this because as someone that went to college, right, and I graduated in 2013, so what, 10 plus years ago, right? 12 years ago now, over a decade, I can tell you as an adult that things are a lot different outside of college. For example, you don't have to worry about really paying bills like that because you live on campus, you have a meal plan, you just go to class, etc. College isn't real, okay? Second, you don't have any real responsibilities beside your homework, and if you're an athlete, going to practice every day, okay? Third, everyone is a raging, stupid liberal because they don't pay taxes, they don't have real jobs, so they don't understand how society actually works, okay? A lot of the times, when you're young, you tend to be more liberal, you tend to be more left-leaning. As you get older and you make more money, you start to realize, damn, this is annoying. Why is my money going to these lazy fucks that don't want to do anything? I'm going to vote Republican. That's what ends up happening, okay? The more money you make, the more successful you become, and the more you realize that idealism isn't realism. you realize that, damn, I'm going to be a bit more conservative because conservatives tend to be more grounded in reality. Does that mean that every conservative is more grounded in reality? No. But the right tends to be more fact and logically sound and just be more realistic in general. Versus Democrats and liberals think that everyone is special, men and women are equal, and everyone deserves the same rights, etc. And that's just not how the world works. They don't believe in meritocracy on the left, okay? Hence DEI and all this other bullshit. They care more about the fields than the reals. College campuses are the epicenter of this lunacy, okay? They're absolutely the epicenter of this lunacy. Since they live a privileged life a lot of the times, they think that they're smarter than they really are. They don't understand how the real world works, etc. They think their opinions really matter, right? And they're able to do stupid shit like this. But using a college campus protest to exemplify how the real world looks at things is ludicrous and ridiculous because most college students are fucking idiots and don't know how the real world works. A lot of them are going to school on mommy and daddy's money and live privileged lives. That's just the truth. Now, and this is coming from a guy that went to a good university, 20,000 plus students, one of the top schools in the country, one of the most applied to private schools in the country, in Boston, Massachusetts. So I've rubbed elbows with Harvard kids, MIT kids, Tufts, BU, Boston College, BC. They're all there. And I'm here to tell y'all niggas, they don't live in reality and they're retarded. Again, the reason why a lot of college students are raging liberals is because they don't live in the real world. College isn't real. It's a 4-year span of your life where you're able to party, do drugs, drink ridiculously, and basically not deal with real consequences of your actions. That's what it is. It's a socially acceptable way to be a degenerate for 4 years. And this is coming from a college grad. Thank God for me, it wasn't a thing because I was an athlete, so I didn't have the ability to have fun like that. But Harry Sisson's dumbass using college kids as an example of, oh, look what's going on here at Georgia State. They're protesting. Who gives a fuck what these niggas think? They don't pay taxes.
Modern America against the Trump administration, and it's all Gen Z. It's young people who are doing this on college campuses in the incredibly important swing state of Georgia, which I think is something to be hopeful about, that young people are gathering and joining.
No, because a lot of these kids are going to be out-of-state retards, and also, Georgia's a red state, bro. Yeah, they're never going to go for this bullshit.
Themselves and enjoying seeing people like slam Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I'm very happy as a young person to see my fellow young people, my fellow Gen Zers getting out there and also making their voices heard in whatever way they see fit.
See, Gen Zers, here's the thing. The Gen Zers are becoming more radically conservative. And the reason why is because, I mean, let's use you as an example, Harry. You can't even properly hit on women without being called a misogynist. The left that you advocate so strongly for has been eating you alive the past couple of days. If you're a conservative, right, womanizing, doing this shit, you want to be getting attacked as hard as you are by the very women that follow you. All right? So the thing is that young men are absolutely swinging more right because progressives no longer respect masculinity. Okay? Don't believe me? Why the fuck have people like Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, myself, etc. exploded over the past couple of years? The reason why is because the left, the Democrat Party, progressives, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you guys don't treat men well. And not only do you guys not treat men well, you guys don't treat traditionally masculine men well. You guys want us to look like pussies, shave our beards, speak in an effeminate manner, treat women as equals, all this fucking ridiculous shit that quite frankly simply doesn't adhere to reality. That's what you guys want. But we put our foot down and say, no, women are weaker than men. Men should lead. Men protect and provide. That's our fucking jobs and duties. But then you guys want to sit there and look at us and say, oh, well, no, women are equal. But if push came to shove, she would want you to defend her. So the reality is, when you sit there and you believe what women say they want, what ends up happening a lot of times is you become less attractive because what women say they want versus what they really want are two completely different things. So this is why a lot of men have looked at guys in the red pill or on the right more for guidance than guys like you. Because progressives don't accept naturally masculine men. They're ostracized.
Now, This has been something that's been taking place in the United States since Donald Trump got elected. These huge anti-Trump protests, and even smaller ones that are popping up on college campuses, just on random streets in places. But recently in New York and across the country, there were these major organized anti-Trump protests. This one on your screen right now is taking place in New York City in Washington Square Park under the Arch. I'm sure if you've been to New York.
Bro, New York City, again, not real life. Not real life, bro. New York City is one of the worst cities in the United States.
Or you've been to Manhattan, you are familiar with this park. It is huge. This is a huge protest that be taking place just randomly in New York at Washington Square Park. I mean, there are thousands of people gathered there, which is just fantastic to see. People really making their voices heard. And another one I want to show you took place in Washington, D.C. in February in front of the Capitol. This was news to me because a lot of media outlets are just not really covering these protests. So, of course, we're going to talk about them here. I mean, look at this. Thousands of people.
Again, another stupid left-wing city. Not representative of reality.
Wow.
Bro, like, Democrats just can't take the L. Y'all niggas lost in a landslide. And you lost in a landslide because, simply put, no one wants to be left-wing anymore. You guys are fucking weirdos, man. Like, just take the L, Democrats. Bro's putting up these videos as if anybody gives a fuck, man.
Yeah, thousands of people gathered with anti-Trump, anti-Musk signs. And for this protest in particular, I thought it'd be helpful to hear from somebody who's actually on the ground there and protesting against Donald Trump.
Guys, I'll stay on a little bit longer. But I am going to get off here soon because I'm starving, bro. I haven't eaten yet. Kane Newell says, Myron, would you fight Hassan? I don't think he would fight me, bro. But if he wants, we could do it. Notice how liberals appear to be fat weirdos with puke-colored hair and deprived of testosterone. But when you look at Republicans, they seem to be more in shape. Basically a human being. Liberals aren't real people. Holy fuck. They aren't, bro. I'm telling you. Number 3, it's against the law to hit an R word.
And they are a veteran. This is a video from my friend, Keith Edwards, who I think is fantastic. And he interviewed one of these protesters, read her sign. Just take a look at what he had to say with her.
Hey, how are you? Can I see the other side of your sign? Okay. Hey, Trump and Elon, we booked you a flight directo a la, what is that?
I was like, the fuck out of here.
Bruh.
Awesome. Why are you here today?
Air Force vet.
You are? Thank you for your service.
Thank you. So yeah, just wanted to be here.
Air Force vet? Bro, you need it. How are you so fat, man? Guess you stopped doing PT, man.
Make a voice for everyone else. People who can't be here, people who want to be here and are afraid to be the voice.
Hey, how are you?
That's amazing.
Can I see it?
That's amazing. And you're seeing this happen far more often.
That's amazing. Shut up, nigga.
Air Force veterans generally, former federal workers coming out to these anti-Trump protests and making their voices heard. We've never seen anything like this in American history, where someone who is as dictatorial as Donald Trump just takes a sledgehammer to these people, their lives, their programs, their jobs. So they're getting out there, making their voices heard. And I can guarantee you that in this crowd, there are far more veterans than Trump would like to believe who are coming out saying, hey, this guy doesn't represent me. This guy does not represent.
Oh yeah, the same military that forced them to take the jab, right? Under the Biden era, made them take a jab and lose their jobs if they didn't join, right? Or if they didn't take the jab. I mean, Trump is bringing them back in and letting them get their fucking payback. Their back pay, excuse me.
Represent the country we put our lives on the line to serve, and she is no different. I just thought that was such a fantastic clip. There's another protest I want to show you that took place in Denver in February, and it's huge. Entire streets occupied of people protesting Donald Trump. Just take a look at this. They were chanting F the president. That's amazing. It just kept going. The street just kept going. There are thousands of people walking in Denver. This was February 17th, 2025, saying F the president, F Donald Trump. People are getting out there and making their voices heard. And this goes to show just how unpopular the Trump administration is, how unpopular Donald Trump is.
Bro, this is propaganda. Bro, if he's so unpopular, why the fuck did he shit on y'all niggas, man?
And that's not just me commentating on these protests and making a conclusion based off the videos. It's the videos and the fact that Donald Trump's approval rating is collapsing. We have this article from Newsweek that was just published the other day. Trump's approval rating plunges with America's most accurate pollster, a pollster that got the 2024 election almost exactly right. Just take a look at this article. According to a poll conducted by Atlas Intel between March 7th and March 12th among 2,500 respondents, Trump's approval rating currently stands at 47%, while 52% disapprove of his job performance. This poll had a margin of error of plus or minus 2 percentage points. This is down from previous polls conducted by Atlas Intel in January and February, which found that 50% of people approved of Donald Trump's job performance, while 50% disapproved. Now, the fact that it was even a 50% approval rating in this poll at some point is genuinely scary, given how disastrous Donald Trump's presidency has been so far, how bad it was in January and February, and of course, now in March. But it is dropping rapidly because people are seeing what Donald Trump is doing. They're seeing that, wow, you know, the federal government's actually pretty important. These people who work in the federal government are pretty important. Our allies around the world, like Canada, Mexico, Great Britain, Germany, France, they're actually really important to the United States and our security. And they're seeing Donald Trump deal with all these issues terribly.
Sisson has a very punchable face. Yeah, I know he does. No, Billy.
Not only are they getting out in the streets and making their voices heard, but they're also saying, hey, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, and making those views public as well. And I also thought this graph was really interesting. Donald Trump's approval rating in 2025 is dropping as fast as it was in his first term. You can see that in 2025, Donald Trump started off his presidency with a slightly higher approval rating than in 2017, but it is now underwater. He is now falling at a pretty steady and consistent rate, almost identical to the rate that it was in 2017. This is terrible news for Donald Trump. He is arguing to the American people that he has this some sort of mandate to just basically do whatever he wants, but he can't make that argument if the majority of Americans don't approve of him, and certainly that approval rating continues to go down by the day as we learn more and more about this disastrous administration. And I just want to show you a contrast here, which is people are getting out there in droves to protest Donald Trump, to protest Elon Musk, and call out their insanity. But on the flip side, in the Democratic Party, people are coming out in droves to see Democrats speak, to cheer on the policies that we're advocating.
Bro, honestly, man, this is all cap, man. I could, dude, I could just literally put, I should just react to these left-wing motherfuckers all day. This is actually content forever. Him, Lasan, Dean Withers, bitch ass. I'll just call it a Dean Withers episode one day and just roast his ass. They be cooking him when they call in. But, all right, guys, we've been on for 4 hours. All right, we've been cooking. I'm going to go eat some food, man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I gave y'all a second stream. Gave you guys 3 streams today. I'm going to be on. Yeah, he looks like a soy boy. He definitely is. Are you going to cover that kid saying not to watch FNF? What kid said? You guys didn't hit the 2,000 likes, bro, so nah. I told you guys, I need 2,000 likes. Didn't hit it. Told y'all ninjas, you guys thought I was kidding around, bro. We really need to get these likes up, man, if y'all niggas want me to do this shit, man. Hold on, let me get, before I get off, let me see what's going on X. Let's see what these niggas are talking about. Debate night. Let's see what they're yapping about.
9 billion qubits within 10 minutes to be able to hack the SHA-256 algorithm code that Bernie's referring to. And again, you got 10 minutes to do it because it gets audited every 10 minutes. The fastest supercomputer out there right now runs at maybe 100 or so qubit. That's it. Now, Google computers trying to get to 1 million qubit.
His guesses per second. 10 to the 18.
Cool. So he's got
that's 10 to the 20 total
now,
per
having
second.
Said that, the node operators already have software prepared, software prepared for those hackers in the event they even got close to the hacking speeds they need to get at. So when you say we're cooked, no, we're not. They're not even
Bitcoin's solid,
close.
man.
Yes, it is. The Bitcoin blockchain algorithm encryption code is just fine.
So in a scenario where Bitcoin takes over as a world reserve currency, it breaks down the the Federal Reserve System and breaks these monopolies. It's the black box money systems that's your so-called AI enemy. You're getting things mixed up. If you have
Bernie,
Bitcoin
what's funny to
in
me
place,
is these guys don't realize that the central bank, which is a Federal Reserve, it's never been audited before. They print unlimited amounts of money. That's the one you need to worry about.
And this
because,
guy's calling me ignorant the whole
There's no
time.
checks and balances in place.
Bernie,
It's just pure ignorance.
nobody called you ignorant. You're just lost.
Okay, is this space recorded? Because you definitely called me ignorant. I definitely remember, and I kept.
That was me. Yeah, I don't even use the word ignorant.
Okay, let's get past the name calling. Let's just keep it at IQ. I'm just saying that between the two, it's essential.
Truth. It's not about the AI and technology frees up labor, allows for more service jobs, allows for cheaper and better prosperity.
It's about the passwords. It's not about the blocks. It's
What about
the
passwords? Go ahead. Explain. Go ahead. The seed
Your
phrase.
seed
Go ahead.
phrases.
Explain the seed phrases that you think they can be hacked. Go ahead.
What the fuck is going on here?
I find it hard to explain, but I think they're pretty solid.
Just be quiet, MP3. You have no idea what you're talking about. You just throw out some catchphrases and you think you said something smart, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll send you what I.
Sure. Go ahead. Send me. Just don't send me any of your phishing or whatever it is you're looking to do. I'm not interested. And no porn either, please.
Not here for Grinder.
So funny.
It's a friendly space.
What's going on, Myron?
I bet you I could explain the way the Bitcoin system works to a better degree than anyone else on this page.
Probably not, but
okay. Well, explain how the what the hashes are calculated, how the guesses are made, and what they're used for, and how it ties to the memory pool. Explain that.
I didn't have to. I've been mining it for a long time.
Well, that wasn't the question. You said you understood it better than
I
me.
said MP3. On the other hand, I said I know what he's talking about because I saw an article on it. So if you're gonna debate him, debate him.
Okay,
That's why I said I don't think so.
Then I'll just go ahead and explain it then because it'll kind of prove.
Well, I don't know why you think that like you just get to like run every like space just because like you talk loud or something, but you need to let people finish their thoughts. It's actually really annoying. Just like let somebody like just process their thought and get it out and then speak after. Like it's actually
okay,
like,
whatever.
quite annoying.
I'll shut up for a little while then. Obviously.
Are you gonna cry now?
No, I'm not upset.
Like Jesus Christ, Bernie. Like you were talking crazy tonight. Usually you're cool, calm, and content. Didn't you just have a meeting with AOC? You just saw some fat booty Latina ass, and you just came in here fucking hot-headed.
Yeah, I got.
My count is it's Bernie's coffer. It's like an inside joke. It's because we're laughing at Bernie's items because he's a socialist, but he's also like has all his stuff in his coffer. And if you look closely, you'll notice the coffer has a Bitcoin logo on it. It's a big joke, man.
All right, that's great, man. Yo, Truth Teller, you there, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm on stream right now, bro, and I think if you guys don't mind, if it's not a topic, then I could do this another day. But I think you've done a really good job of explaining how central banking works and why it's so problematic. Can you talk about that real quick? If you can give like maybe a 2 or 3 minute quick summary on how central banking works and who created it, and because I think my audience would, because I'm on stream right now on Rumble and YouTube, and I think they should learn this. So, and you're probably one of the best at explaining central banking and its evils.
Sure, yeah, thanks. By the way, I put up the processing speeds with a short video that will explain to everybody the speeds that are required to actually be able to hack the SHA-256 encryption code system that's currently in place for the Bitcoin blockchain. But yeah, going back to central banking.
And before you do this, real quick, before you do this, guys, it's True Teller on Twitter. Feel free to follow him. I get a lot of my info from this guy. It's True Teller FTM. But True Teller, the only thing I would say is just be a little bit careful because I am on YouTube. But go ahead and talk about central banking, who originated it. We know who it did. That sound effect means them boys. But if you want to name by name and shit like that and kind of give a quick summary on it, and then after you're done, I'll get off stream.
Sure, you got it. All right. So centralized banking to me is a form of communism because it's essentially centralized control of the financial system or monetary policy that the powers that be, them boys as you refer to them, essentially control. Now, in America, it was officially established in 1913. It was the third, call it a chartered bank that was set up in 1930, and it wasn't by accident. It was done through violence again. The three main opponents were, well, mysteriously, unalived, so to speak. Isis Strauss, Guggenheim, because they were on J.P. Morgan's ship. Not sure which one. Some say it was actually the Olympic ship and not the Titanic, but who knows? Doesn't matter. Point is, they were gone, and then they also had some blackmail material on Woodrow Wilson, and they persuaded him to essentially pass the Federal Reserve Act on December 24th, 1913. And prior to that, they'd also persuaded him to pass the Income Tax Act, Amendment 16. So this way, interest payments would have to be made towards the rising, national debt that just continues to go up without any type of check and balance, as the Federal Reserve has never been audited. So, quick summary: what is the Federal Reserve Bank even for? What is its dual mandate that Jerome Powell talks about? And that's that they're supposed to essentially manage the unemployment rate and the inflation rate. The inflation rate, they aim for about 2 to 3%. Inflation is just an increase in cost of goods year to year. It's also called CPI, Consumer Price Index. And then unemployment, of course, everyone knows. It's just just relative to labor supply, how many people are actually, not employed relative to, who's looking and who's given up looking. And it also excludes who is underemployed and who's given up looking. Now, that aside, they've essentially failed on both. as they artificially can manipulate the statistics they put out, as they do for inflation consistently. Although they strive towards 2 to 3%, inflation has consistently been higher. We especially saw that during the COVID time. And with unemployment, they aim for, say, 4 to 5%. But in fact, you can run a system at full employment, i.e., no unemployment at all. Now, the other thing the Federal Reserve System was supposed to do is create market stability and avoid market crashes. Of course, it's failed on that as well. Between 1913 to present date, there have been at least 19 market crashes. That includes, obviously, the Great Recession and the Great Depression. The Great Depression is the big one that happened in 1929. There was, at that point, 25% unemployment, where 10,000 banks went under, and there were millions of people out on the street. And of course, suicide rates, depression rates, everything was skyrocketing. And it was a period, one of the worst periods of time ever in American history, probably the worst period of time. And this was prior to World War II. It's in between World War I and World War II. And again, it was artificially caused by the Federal Reserve System because they decided to crash the markets. They started selling the shares in February 1929, and then they essentially, after they, boosted it up, through expansionary phase and providing cheap credit, cheap access to money, and they decided once to capture gains starting in February 1929, such that by October 1929 you had the massive crash, huge gains, and calls on credit that people just simply couldn't afford to pay, and that caused people to have to sell drastically, and that led to a massive market crash. So essentially every 6 to 7 years they do a market crash, which entails a transfer of wealth from the poor middle class up to the very wealthy, and that's part of the reason why about the 0.46% of society owns about 0.5% of society owns about 46% of all the assets, all the major assets, and you've got fund of funds like BlackRock that owns say 40% of the real estate, because every time there's a major market crash, people also unfortunately end up getting foreclosed on their properties. It's a terrible thing. Just with respect to the Federal Reserve within America, you had two 20-year charters in American history. You had a 20-year one between 1791 to 1811. And for 6 years, you had nothing. And then between 1816 to 1836, you had the second one. Andrew Jackson refused to renew the charter, and as such, they tried to kill him. Those same powers that be, them boys. And he almost gave up his life. And then they killed 3 American presidents in between then who were also opposed to the Federal Reserve. Talking Abraham Lincoln, not in any particular order, Abraham Lincoln, Garfield, and why is it the other one just slipped my mind? It'll come to me in a sec. But yeah, essentially between 1836
Kennedy too, right?
and
Didn't Kennedy try to
1913.
get rid of
Jackson.
No, it wasn't Jackson. They tried to kill. They didn't kill. They killed Lincoln, Garfield, and the other guys just slipped my mind. It'll come to me in a sec. I think
Kennedy?
it starts with a James.
Kennedy?
McKinley, that's correct.
Oh, McKinley?
That's right,
Okay.
McKinley. And of course, they killed JFK as well, as he was also a staunch opponent of the Federal Reserve. So 4 presidents they were able to successfully kill. Then at Jackson, they tried to kill. And there were others as well they tried to kill. Separate issue. But to make the point, between 1836 and 1913, there was no Federal Reserve Bank. The economy functioned just fine. And in fact, the inflation rate was at negative 0.2%. Since we got off the Bretton Woods system in 1971, and then we got on the petrodollar, inflation rate has been at an average of 3.9%. That doesn't include last year's numbers. That's up until 2024. So you see that by printing unlimited amounts of currency, you're artificially causing inflation, since you continue to increase the money supply. Whereas if money was obviously scarce, then you wouldn't be devaluing the currency and impairing the purchasing power, making things cost more. And of course, they also commoditized the real estate market by, again, providing cheap access to credit and cash, which then increased demand for these homes, and through down payments that, again, most people couldn't afford payments on, because they would then use rising interest rate systems during what would become, well, initially they'd keep it cheap, and then to correct the market, they would then raise interest rates, so this way they could cool it off. That's essentially what would lead to defaults, because you'd have people buying multiple homes, or people buying homes they just simply couldn't afford. But that's one of the pitfalls of commoditizing the real estate market in the first place. And this is supposedly overseen by the Fed, which is supposed to have regulators as well for these banks that would apply stress tests to ensure they have a minimum amount of reserves, but they don't really have any stress tests that are done properly anymore, and no real amount of reserves that are even required. It used to be 10%, it's not even that anymore. And so they can basically just lend unlimited amounts of money, and you see there's no checks and balances in the system that's supposedly supposed to be overseen by the Federal Reserve. And of course, you've got regulatory agencies like Moody's and the S&P, et cetera, that are also funded by these same banks that are supposed to be, again, overseen by the regulators. So you see, it's a completely rigged system, and it's actually rises above the level of the politicians as well. As Jerome Powell famously put it when he was asked if he was told to resign his position by Donald Trump when he took power, would he do it? He immediately said no. So what does that tell you? The head of the Federal Reserve essentially has a more powerful position than the president of the United States, and he's not elected at all. So you see who's actually in charge of America. It's really the Federal Reserve, and he's not even an owner of the Federal Reserve. The actual owner as well is led by Rothschild, of course, and then Lazard, Lehman. And you've got the likes of Jacob Schiff, and then Paul Max and Felix Warburg, and of course Goldman. Those, again, coming back to those boys once again, those same powers that be. And
they're
of
all
course you got some
Jews. Say those
Shabelskoy as
names
well.
again.
And they
One
were
more
the
time.
original founders
You
of the
said
Federal
Warburg?
Reserve. A lot of the same guys that also ran the English central bank. Sorry, what was that?
No, I said, what were those names again, just so everybody knows? Because they were all them boys, basically.
Absolutely, they were. So Myron Rothschild being the most famous one, he owned about 25% of the Federal Reserve. And then you had Lazard. Lehman is the famous one because his bank went under, and he'd been around for over 100 years. He was also a slave owner, over 120 years, actually. And so it's Lehman, the Lehman Brothers. And then you had Jacob Schiff. He was one of the famous lenders as well to the communists in 1917. And then you had Max, Paul, and Felix Warburg, three brothers. And they're actually indirectly related to Anthony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, as his father was Donald Blinken, and he was one of the founders of Pincus Warburg, again, relative of the Warburgs. So you see all these people are related, and there's lots of nepotism that goes on. All members of the tribe, by the way. And then I believe I mentioned Goldman, and then you had J.P. Morgan as well, who was funded by Rothschild initially. And then you do also have the Bush family, which has a small amount, and the Rockefellers as well as the original owners of the Federal Reserve. And they essentially hide their identity through shell companies, so they're anonymous accounts, but they're the ones that actually own the Federal Reserve Bank still, and that's the relatives that still own it. And what they do is they charge a 6% dividend from the tax payments that they receive every year that goes towards paying the interest payment on the debt. Oh, nothing goes towards actually paying down the debt. It keeps going up. It's around $36.5 trillion, along with $250 trillion of unfunded liabilities, primarily made up of both healthcare costs and also Social Security costs. How's any of that ever going to get paid? Who knows? But they don't particularly care. They're in it to just crash the system, reap the profits. So they take a 6% dividend, and the rest of the cash they just endorse over to the IMF and World Bank, and that money is then used to provide loans to countries that are devastated through war. So you see the incentive is obviously it's like a proof of violence system. They constantly need to want to go to war, and that's why they don't want to end wars, say between Russia and Ukraine. They'll talk about it. It's all talk. Nor do they want to end the conflict in Palestine or the Middle East, because, well, as long as there's war, then there's need to produce weapons. And of course, the Federal Reserve will always fund military-industrial complex to build weapons and have that pretext for war, such as this BS war on terror, etc. And you see who the main beneficiaries are, of course, being Israel, and again the same powers that be, because then they get to control the resources that are in these these countries that are blessed with oil, natural gas, precious metals, etc. And of course, they then also get to build pipelines that then control the flow of resources to NATO countries, which we can then bully and tell them what to do, because otherwise, well, their natural gas is going to cost a whole lot more. Because they'll even blow up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if they want to, which they did, and that cost Germany to spend 3 times more on natural gas. And Germany, which is a superpower of Europe, had the biggest economy. Now it's second to Russia, is essentially in a recession. There's no reason why it should be. It's got both human capital and it had cheap access to natural gas. Plus, it also had nuclear energy, but now it's having to pay a whole lot more. Again, all of these policies are essentially dictated to by the Federal Reserve to the politicians they control through the Jewish lobbies like, AIPAC being the famous one, but there's also many other ones that are influential, ADLs as well, UJA, and J Street, and there's just so many more, like 60 plus Jewish lobbies that control Congress. AIPAC's just the famous one, but collectively they do control Congress. As Thomas Massey put it, every single congressman has an AIPAC handler, and they get a lot of the money through, of course, the Federal Reserve foreign aid packages that are provided. They go through Israel, then part of the cash gets kicked back to politicians. So in summary, the Federal Reserve is supposed to serve the purpose of managing both inflation and unemployment. It consistently fails on both. It's failed 19 times, in fact, and that's measured through recession, which used to be defined as 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth. Of course, that's been redefined. It was redefined by Joe Biden, because now you don't hear as much talk about, say, the negative GDP growth, or it's just artificial GDP growth through government spending, and that government spending, of course, is done through the Federal Reserve to, again, I say mislead people into thinking there's real growth in the economy when in fact there isn't. It's just increasing government jobs and government spending instead of, say, through net exports, since there isn't really a manufacturing base anymore, and of course consumer spending. The 3 main components for GDP that equal the 3 main components of GDP that will add up to the growth level of the country year per year. So anyway, I hope that helps. A little summary of how the Federal Reserve works.
Nah, man,
It's a huge impediment to the economy, and it's a liability before anything else. And an economy can function just well if we follow the Constitution and had no income tax act, and currency was just issued through an in-house treasury. Thank you.
Bam. There you go, man. I'm going to give you a Don DeMarco for that one. It was funny because my chat was saying, holy shit, man, this goy knows too much. So it was funny shit, man. But no, I mean, what was it that Henry Ford famously said? If people understood how the banks work, they would never trust the finance institution.
If people understood how...
Oh, your mic cut out there, bro.
A revolution.
Wait,
There would be a
bro, say it
revolution
again.
'cause
Say it again,
people
because your
would
mic
rise
cut
up.
out. Mossad attacked you. Say it again. Your mic cut out.
I said, if the American citizens or even people around the world actually understood how the monetary system and Federal Reserve worked, by tomorrow morning there would be a revolution.
Yep.
If the American citizens or even people around the world actually understood how the monetary system and Federal Reserve worked, by tomorrow morning there would be a revolution.
Henry Ford, one of the realest ninjas we've ever had, man. His book, The International Dem Boys, if you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, an important point to add to it is that the Federal Reserve system is designed to fail. The Treasury gives treasuries to the Fed, but the Fed gives out Federal Reserve notes with interest attached. So if year one, the Federal Reserve gives out $10 with one.
Okay, I lost my mic. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. Because I joined in on my other account. Oh, that's why I fucking did that shit. Okay, that's fine. You guys got the knowledge that you guys needed. That was my point. Let me read some of these chats and we'll close this thing out. Arc Lightning says, W Debrief, W Fed Reacts. New cameras are, look awesome. Appreciate it. This is a Sony FX3 here. This is the Sony AR7. And then the camera up there is also a Sony AR7. Let's see. So I appreciate that, Arc Lightning. Yo, I'm telling you guys, I might add another angle. I'm thinking about getting a 4th angle on this side for you guys, so you guys can get me from this side as well. I'm thinking about doing that. I might do it. Myron, can you ask the truth how accurate Europa is with the real history? I'd say it's probably 80, 90% correct, bro. Calvin, shout out to you, Bondy, once again, man. I agree, LA is trash. I haven't gone out here for over 2 years. The energy is too dark and negative here. Let's see here. I went to Miami for my birthday. By the way, we have some same birthday, February 1st. Oh, I didn't know that, bro. I DM'd you on X on your day. Yeah, brother, here, anything you need or to be done, let me know. Chat, stop being cheap, please. 5 to 10 each is nothing, and that's how we show love. I appreciate that, bro. And appreciation, please. Listen to Myron for 1 day, and you're already ahead of 99% of the population. I appreciate that, bro. And that's my goal, man, is to help you guys out, whether it comes with, like, making you guys more familiar with them boys who run shit. That's why I want a Truth Teller to give you guys that talk on central banking. You know what I mean? Like, you guys can literally take that part, save it, and give it to your friends. You know what I mean? That's very important shit. Thank you so much, Calvin. I really appreciate that, my friend. And the best way, guys, to donate is MyronGainsX.com. Obviously, if you want to help out on Castle Club, that's great, too. But by far the best way... Sorry, guys, the camera turned off again. We got too much heat over here. But the best way is Myron Gaines X. But either way, it doesn't matter. You're supporting the mission, which I appreciate greatly. Bruce Lee, he looks like a soy boy. Yeah, Harry Sisson does look like a soy boy. But yeah, Calvin, yeah, man, get the hell out of LA, bro, if you can. I know you got work over there, so it is what it is. And you're not in LA. You're like in a way better part. But still, yeah, man, Los Angeles sucks, bro. It truly does suck. All right, I got my camera back on. So yeah. So okay, guys, so this is what we're gonna do. Sunday, I am going to be covering the RICO case out of Los Angeles Okay? And guys, join Castle Club, bro. That's if you guys really, really support, Castle Club is the best place. I prefer you guys to be a member of Castle Club than send donations on the show. Right? And that'll cover you for like a month. Plus, when you donate on Castle Club, you guys get first priority anyway. So yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna do the FBI RICO on the Rolling 60s Crips Sunday, which is technically tomorrow because it's already Saturday. All right? We've been streaming now for 4.5 hours. I love you guys. A deep dive on World War I? Yeah, we will. We will. And I still got to give you guys that certain event that may or may not have happened in the 1940s. Don't think I forgot about Europa. We're definitely going to watch that too. Just got to find a time. Because as you guys know, since I've been doing a debrief, that takes up so much of my time, bro. I'm doing like at least 3 hours on this bitch every single time I hop on here. So, yeah. Adam. Yeah, we're going to talk about Adam 22 cooking them, bro, because them niggas made a bunch of bad confessions and snitched on themselves. But we're going to have a great episode for you guys this Sunday on the debrief, AK Fed Reacts. We're going to talk about that RICO indictment. It's been a while since we've read through a RICO and criminal complaint and indictment. So I'm really excited to do it. It's going to be litty. It's going to be fun. So Sunday, 5 p.m. Love you, ninjas. Like the video, guys. Okay? And I'll catch you guys Sunday. I'll catch you guys Sunday. 5 p.m. as always. Love y'all, boys. Peace.